took one look, you made your call, built your kingdom on a paper wall. Point your finger where your disguise. Tell me the truth or tell me your lies. You claim you're righteous, you claim you're kind. So why's your heart the first thing that's blind? Who's really blind? You or your mind? You see a label, I see a life. Swing your hammer, preach your line. But tell me, who's really blind? Take away color, take away sight. Strip the world down to black and white. What's left standing? What survives? A beating heart. You're divine. No more animals, no more lies. Look in the mirror, open your eyes. Who's really blind? Who dictates? Who gets to draw the damn divide? You built the cage, I cut the wire. Truth doesn't burn, it walks through fire. Who's really blind? Who's really blind?
Hey, welcome in, guys. Welcome back, my beautiful Tater Nation. It's me, of course, your friendly neighborhood potato. And of course, it is Thursday, and we all know what that means. Tater Talks Thursdays, where the takes are hot, the mics are on, and the potatoes are fully baked. This is the round table. This is the open panel. This is where bold ideas meet real conversations. Where no scripts, no safe little sound bites, and no flakes. Just organically grown conversations served fresh. And you know us potatoes, we have lots and lots of eyes, and we like watching all those interesting things that humans do up top. Tonight, we're going to be digging into the big questions, those sharp disagreements, and maybe even a little uncomfortable truth. But we do it with logic, respect, and a willingness to actually listen. So pull up a chair, check your ego at the door, and let's dig in, because this is Tater Talks Thursdays. And of course, before the program begins, this program contains open dialogue and unscripted commentary. Guest participants speak for themselves. Their opinions are solely their own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the host or this channel. Conversations may include strong language, conversational perceptives, or emotionally charged positions. The purpose of this format is dialogue, not endorsement. We expect all participants to follow platform terms of service and community guidelines. Personal attacks, threats, or calls for harm will result in immediate removal. And of course, viewer discretion is advised with the possibility of strong language. All right, welcome in, guys. Thank you very much for the engagement. Let's see, we had Homestead reporting for duty first off. Thank you very much for the engagement and starting the chat off. And thank you for dropping that. If you'd like to join the Discord, join the panel, you'll want to join the Discord. And there, the link is in the chat. Apprentice, thank you very much for being here. As always, the mods, appreciate you guys. Kyle Rode the Dinosaur, welcome in, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you, as always. Vosh Schmidt, yo, good to see you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Saying you're going to be joining on the panel, that's awesome. Hey, more celery, you're catching the first of the stream. Let's hope you're still around at least. Here you are. Did you smash the like, everybody? Thank you very much for saying that. Dave, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement. And of course, Navy Bree, thank you very much for the engagement. Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. All right. So let's see. Do we have anybody in the panel yet? Nope. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like there's anybody that's even vetted for the panel yet. But it does look like Bosch is planning on hopefully joining the panel. So hopefully we'll have somebody. In the meantime, let's see. Yes, more celery. Thank you very much for that. Make sure to turn on notifications so that you know when I'm going live. Turn your live chat on, all your chat, so you see everybody in the chat, so that you can all talk and have a good time. Hey, Beatrix, there you are. Good to see you. Present. Good to see everybody. All right, so if you haven't heard, while we're waiting for people to join the panel, and it might be a topic that we talk about, Nepal, the Tibet border. Apparently there was some severe flooding, massive flooding that happened there. Let me pull up the article that I had just a bit ago. Where is it? What is going on? Didn't scroll up far enough. So in this particular article, it says 160 have passed, but more than likely there's going to be a lot more than that at this point. With the way that it looked from this video here.
Oh my God.
This is the moment floodwaters tore through Nepal's valleys.
Oh my God, Mario.
A furious wall of water, mud, and debris swallowing everything in its path.
So they'll explain, I think, in this video, I'm not sure if it's this video or if it's a different one that I saw, but basically, from what I'm gathering, there was an earthquake that caused part of a glacier to come loose, and it slid down into a river, which caused that to overflow, and just, I mean, massive amounts of water coming down this mountain. It shows the guard post between the Tibet and Nepal. That guard post just gets completely overtaken by water.
Lives. The flash flood rushed through communities
Any more celery?
along the Nepal-China
Hope
border,
we get some people in.
submerging homes, ripping through roads and vital infrastructure. Even bridges were no match for the water's force. Some were torn clean in two, severing roads and cutting off some of the worst hit areas. The destruction stretches for miles. Homes sit buried beneath thick layers of mud, while entire communities were ripped apart by a torrent that left almost nothing in its path.
We're just driving to one of the worst affected areas right now, which is a couple hours northwest of the capital, Kathmandu, and we're taking the main highway. This is where a lot of supplies go towards the capital, but you can see there are hardly any cars on the road, which goes to show just how badly damaged this highway is because of the massive flooding we've seen. So I'm walking down one of the main roads in Nepal, and
Maybe
this
this
entire place used to be covered in mud. They've cleared part of it now.
Maybe this is just the most up-to-date video on this particular site, because that's not the video I remember watching. Maybe this one is it. Why can I not expand that? What's going on here? So you can see, hopefully you can see. There, at least scrolling that way. So, I mean, just swept away this bridge here, completely swept it away. So this could be something we talk about on the panel as well, if you want. I'm hearing a lot of people say that they're deep topics, so hopefully we'll get some people in and we'll visit about those. But this just happened on Wednesday, I believe, from what I'm gathering. So this one here. Hey, Everest, good to see ya. Really appreciate the engagement, man. Really good to see ya. And if anybody in the chat doesn't know, I'm sure everybody does, but if you don't know, Everest does have his own show, the Everest Show, on Fridays. So tomorrow morning, from what I understand, he has my commercial ready to go this Friday, hopefully. So I'm excited to see that. But this, I guess we don't need this sound. Oh my goodness. So, I mean, this one here is just a bus station, I guess. I didn't pull up the right video here, but I have many, many, many of these videos saved. But you can see that it just overtakes this, and all these people running down below. I doubt anybody makes it out of this particular video out alive, right? So, I mean, maybe 20, 30 people in that video, but they claim there's only 160 people that have passed in this so far and 300 missing, but I can't see it as just that. Let's see. And again, anybody is welcome to join the panel. Feel free to join the panel if you'd like. I'm trying to keep an eye on the panel room. So once someone joins, I'll join in. You guys are competing at this point, Dave and Homestead. Thanks for dropping that link in the chat. More Celery, thanks for the feedback. It's a great show, that Everest Show. Was there heavy rainfall? So from what I understand, I don't think there was. I think that it was just the earthquake that caused the iceberg to come loose and careen down into the river or the reservoir or whatever. And then this, you can see, I mean, it doesn't really show you floodwaters, but you can see how far away they can see it coming. That would be terrifying. So definitely prayers go out to anybody that's affected by this in Nepal. Trying to find... Yeah, it was an earthquake, Dave says. Hey, JB, good to see ya. Good to see ya. Appreciate the engagement, buddy. I hope you're doing all right. Let's see. This one, so somebody says prayers for Nepal, but then in the chat, in the comments, it says something about this being from last year. This is Uttarakhand last year video. Don't speculate any fake news. So let's see. And of course, this isn't going to be the only person that said where it is, and so who knows if this is actually where it was. But so in India, Nepal, isn't Nepal in India? So how many times has India flooded in the last couple of years? So this is interesting, but like I said, it says prayers from Nepal. So I guess this isn't necessarily from Nepal, but yeah, different kind of tsunami. So again, I mean, even if it isn't this particular tragedy, this looks a whole lot like it. But again, this set in the comments, everybody's saying this isn't from Nepal, even though this says it's from Nepal. So, but that is just last year. Nepal is in China. Okay. So Tibet is in China. So how many times has China? I'm still right, dang it. But I must not have saved the one, because I mean, it just wipes the whole mountain, or the whole wall of water just wipes this guard station out. It's crazy. But of course I didn't save that one, because that's the one I wanted to show you. But I'll be keeping an eye on the chat, or on the panel room. So if anybody wants to join, feel free. But in the meantime, we'll take a look at some funny shit. Because you know me, I like funny shit. Dogs, man. They crack me up. Nobody knows the plan, but everyone's committed. Just stop mid lake right there. Just do a little circle. A middle dog can't keep his balance. Oh man, these poor pups. And yet, I bet they had the most fun in their life right there. Look, Ma, look, Ma, look what we brought back. Aren't you proud of us? Oh man. So it's funny. So I have one of the prompts is trolling like Enes Kanter and them. Is that trolling beneficial? And I thought I'd saved one of Enes Kanter. I don't think I did, of course. But because I've started to watch the WNBA clips, they've been sending, my algorithm doing its algorithm be algorithm. Let's see. Yeah, right. I'm glad that I don't live in Tornado Valley or Tornado Alley or next to any of the hurricane prone areas. Some of the hurricane prone areas lately have been kind of crazy. Let me see here. If you go and look at anyway, sorry. I'll show you this clip. This is funny. No, I can't move. I'm hardwired in. What the heck? Internet's saying that my internet sucks. And it does, of course. Fair enough, JB. There it is. Yeah. Yeah. WNBA players throw a tantrum after Enes Kanter Freedom's t-shirt defining a woman. This leak is a joke.
Right before the break, this was the scene inside Wintrust Arena after Natasha Cloud got that bucket. She wanted her voice heard. We have talked about the conversations surrounding the W.
Let me play.
That is Enes Kanter in the building today.
Oh, they are not happy. What happened to equality? I don't know. We do that. We're gonna just nuke the WNBA, but whatever, I guess. Let's see. But you live in earthquake area. Oh no. Vosh, man, earthquakes ain't shit. I'll fight them all. No, it's me. It's me. Hopefully my internet got back up to speed. I've been trying to find something to play so that I can run some tests and figure out what's going on, because obviously I don't like dead space, dead air. Let's see. What do you keep for surviving a natural disaster? That's a good question, especially that. My 2 legs, except for I don't have very good knees, so I don't know about that either. Hey, MSM Liars, good to see ya. Good to see ya. And again, anybody is welcome to join the panel. I'm just trying to find something to keep you guys occupied here. Let me see. Making sure I'm not missing somebody in the panel room. Oh, this is wild. This is wild. Yeah, I do have Starlink. How did you know? I know I've said it on stream before, but did you hear it on stream or did you just guess from the way that my internet goes in and out? Send a link to topic suggestions where the anchor laughs right in that brave and stunning woman's face. Disgraceful. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Jump over into Discord and pull that up. He said, let's see. If I can speak, the topic
The most
suggestion.
relaxing game for left-brained thinkers.
Of
What if there
course,
was a
I'm not
game,
going to do that. Let's see.
no
Hold
pay to
on,
win,
guys. Sorry.
No ads interrupting you.
Shut up, you. Not listening to ads. Because I don't have to. Where's my break? I know you have Starlink, so you guys. That doesn't bode well. Hey, Kyle, the rode the dinosaur. Yeah, give me a sharp machete. That's all I'll need. I'm an Eagle Scout, so I can fend for myself fairly well. I want a Starlink on a van. So do I. While I was out in California, a guy had one, and it was awesome. It was so nice having it on the river and all that, so we could listen to.
I want to ask you
Shut up.
how, if you were.
Sorry, guys. Jeez. I have so many things pulled up. Let me see.
Indiana Fever guard Sophie.
All right. Finally got her pulled up. So let's see. Hey, Mr. B, good to see you. I'm here in the background, but my head is just horrible right now. Sick congestion brain. Dang it. I hope it gets better, man. Really do. Hey, Rodney, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Hope you're well, doing well, man. Starlink is great till you want it to work. Isn't that the truth? I had amazing speed tests when I first got it. And for the first 2-3 months or whatever that they give you for the, you can return it for free and whatnot. And then after that, but I remember having good streams when I first started. It didn't give me any errors or anything like that. Yeah. I hear you. Vosh says a month worth of food, stored tools, medication, including antibiotics, sutures, and first aid kit, tampons, stimulants, pew and ammo, carton of cigs, all bases covered. That is impressive. For anybody in the chat that doesn't know, Bear Independent, not sponsored or anything by him, of course, but he offers what I think he calls a bear ruck or bear pack or something like that. And I don't really know how to explain it, but basically it's a bug out bag from the people who do naughty things off record. And of course, his viewers themselves. But Bear is a survivalist himself. So if you don't know of Bear Independent, check his channel out. Definitely some really good stuff on that channel. A lot of different good stuff. MSM Liars says, Vosh, a bottle of vodka or bourbon. Yeah, definitely want that. And that's in the first aid kit. Fair. It is for first aid kit, too. That's good to have. All right, let's get back into this. And of course, can't forget the rye whiskey. Of course. Thanks, guys. All right, let's see. So this is the clip that Apprentice just sent over.
Cunningham's comments about transgender athletes now sparking an unexpected challenge to the WNBA, with 2 former NBA players saying they want in. Enes Kanter Freedom and Senate candidate Royce White say they plan to declare for the 2027 Women's National Basketball Association draft, turning the debate over the league's eligibility rules into a very real test. Both men say the move is about one thing: applying the rules equally and seeing how the league will respond.
Earlier this morning, Royce White's Minnesota Senate primary opponent, former NFL sideline reporter Michelle Tafoya, joined National Report to weigh in.
Yeah, and my friend Enes Kanter Freedom is the first one to say it. And I think people can say this is a gimmick, it's a stunt, but what it does do is force the issue. The WNBA has a decision to make here. They're either a women's league, which is why the W is before the NBA, or they're not a women's league.
Here with us now is Royce White. Good to see you, sir, although I don't know if I should be calling you sir given the latest here. So, Royce, what are you hoping to get out of declaring for the WNBA draft?
I'm just having the time of my life. I'm living in my feminine era.
Rodney, preppers. I used to watch a lot of prep stuff. And thank you, Apprentice, for dropping that link. If you want to check it out, it's in the chat. Definitely a channel I recommend going and checking out. All of it, everything that he has on that channel. He's been doing it for a while. I'm just getting into his material lately, and I've been listening to his sit reps lately. And I would suggest listening to those. He has had some good information in those. Beatrix says, I keep water filters and water tabs in my get home bag, coined by Warrior Poet. Nice. Right on. It's good to see that people are doing things to be prepared. I can't stress that enough. It is extremely important to have something to make sure that you can get through. I mean, I would say do a year supply. That's what a lot of people will say. If you can do more, I'd do more, but at least a week. I would say at least get yourself a week. JB says Griner is a man, so why not let him in too? Let them in too. Griner, Brittany Griner, right? Is that it? I want to say I've heard that it's a dude. I don't watch WNBA or anything about it. What happened? Ice Pick was in the vetting room. Where'd he go? That was rude by the news anchor calling him sir. For real, right? Misgender bigot. MSM Liars. I can get from here to Daniel Boone National without crossing a major highway or roadway. That's impressive. I need to be better. I'm just by myself, and so I'm just like, well, everything's in my truck. Rodney, water storage and emergency food storage is big. Also, morale boosters like candy and nicotine. LOL. That's fair. That's fair. Dave, nobody watches the NBA anyway. The only time people actually like it is when there's an anomaly like Caitlin Clark. Isn't that the truth? JB says there is a video of Brittany Griner shooting hoops like a pool shirtless, and he is totally a man. Shirtless? What the hell? That's funny. Anyway. Dang it. Fair enough.
Definitely going through a glow up.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I'm going through a huge glow up right now. And I can't believe all the hate I've received. That's probably the most shocking thing, is the hate that I've received in the first 72 to 100 or so hours of my trans existence, my public trans existence. The left is just vicious. Death threats. You should commit suicide. Your mother should be ashamed.
I thought they were the peace and tolerant side. I thought they were the ones that were all loving and caring and nurturing, or whatever they want to consider themselves, by, their bleeding heart wants to help every downtrodden person. They want to help the trans people be what they want to be, but, they don't want to help the women be women. It's just wild. But of course, when a good, outstanding black woman that used to be a man that still fairly presents as a man. God forbid he says he's a woman. That you've been telling us for so many years at this point in time. Fair enough, Dave. Yeah, I don't know who this is. I think I might have heard the name, but I don't know if I've ever actually seen any photos of it. Sorry. Not really though. I don't know what to do anymore. Sorry to break it to you, Tater, but the left are us what the turnips are to you. Oh no, dang turnips. Wi-Fi, good to see ya. He's a split image of Jada Pickett Smith. Isn't he though? For real. Good point. Good catch. Good to see you. Good to see you guys.
It's absolutely eye-opening, the hate that trans people have lived with. It's just a shock that most of it comes from the American
Dang
political
it,
left.
Beatrix.
Michelle Tafoya also went on to say when she was talking to us that she used to cover the league in the early years, and it was about celebrating women in sports. Your thoughts on how far the
Your husband wanted snow? Is he a masochist or just a sadist? I'm just kidding. I like snow too. I used to go snowboarding a lot, and man, I miss it a lot. But since my knees got knuckered up, I don't do much. I just I see you guys and I go to work and hope that I don't fall down a ladder. Hey, Aries Van Dam, good to see you. If you don't know, Aries does have his own show. A little bit of a different show than I have, but about the same. Oh, thank you very much, Homestead. I really appreciate that. Let me see. So we have about 2 more minutes left in this. So let's jump over there. Let me get over there here real quick. And again, anybody is welcome to join the panel. If you see the panel room, you're welcome to just hop on in. And if you don't see the panel room, then go through the vetting process with one of my mods. Welcome in, Ice Pick. Can you hear me? They can't hear you yet, so just so you know. Can you hear me? There you are. Maybe. Yeah, there you are. You kind of cut out there for a second. Right? Gotta love the internet. All right, let's see. Get over here. Right. And I got myself a new cam so that everybody can see me in real time. All right, so let's see. Welcome in, Ice Pick. Do you have anything that you would like to speak on, or have you looked at the prompts? Have you had a chance to look at the prompts at all?
Honestly, I didn't. And,
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, I kind of did, but don't really understand them, so.
No worries.
I'm just going to be the background noise.
No, you're fine. Were you watching the stream there while I was sharing what I was just sharing?
I was not.
You were not. Jeez. What's wrong with you? Just kidding. So I'm going to share it on the screen. Do you know how to go into the screen share? You do not, huh?
No.
So let's see. Where is it? Are you on phone?
Yes.
Okay. So on the if you back out of where you are probably and you see where are you? What do you see currently? Sorry guys. Trying to troubleshoot here.
So I backed out. I see you in the corner
NBA,
and then the list of things.
And is there it looks like a little bar above in one of the pictures. It says screen share or view stream, something like that. No.
Oh, watch stream. Yes.
There you go. There you go. All right. And we'll
Oh
watch.
yeah. Okay, I got you.
We'll watch the rest of this clip together since Prentice sent it as something funny, and then we'll get into the topic or something real quick.
WNBA has gotten
Can you
away
hear
from
it?
that.
I feel like you're baiting me, but I'll go ahead and say it anyway.
Yes.
Michelle Tafoya needs to get her priorities straight about the sanctity of life and the unborn women in the womb. And once she gets those things clarified, then her and I can discuss my transgender future in the association.
All right. Well, speaking about your transgender future in the association, in all seriousness, I mean, what do you think it took to get the WNBA to this particular point? Because the league is saying this is a nuanced issue, but in reality, it seems very clear that it's not.
Well, yes, certainly not a clear-cut issue. And I think that I should get a chance to play. I think Enes should get a chance to play. I think all sometimes identifying as transgender black lesbians should get a chance to play. That's my official identity. I'm sometimes identifying as a transgender black lesbian. And we should all have a fair shake per the rules. I mean, let's just follow the rules as they're stated. And I
as they have put it so arrogantly into our elegantly into our faces for the last couple of years, right? Just let them play. Stop being bigots.
think we'll be able to elevate the game, and that's what's most important.
Right.
I want to bring more focus to
we got to get the game elevated. Nobody likes watching the WNBA. Got to give them something. Right?
Priority of the WNBA.
Well, you know, the leaders of the WNBA, they've come out. They're pretty hot under the collar about this whole thing, and they say that they don't want. It feels like it's politicizing it. But when they had coaches,
sorry, chat. I know it's been skipping around.
Cunningham's comments,
I'll leave it alone for a second.
Wearing trans kids' rights T-shirts and trans this, you know, and that apparently in their minds wasn't politicizing it. What's your sense of where the league leadership is?
Well, I'm not your typical trans activist or transgender or trans adjacent activist in this regard. Although I am sometimes identifying as a black transgender lesbian, I do believe there's a time and place for trans, and it's not with our nation's children. And so I'm much different in my beliefs about trans rights and the politicized nature of the conversation than many of my other trans counterparts or feminist counterparts.
All right, Royce White, thank you very much.
Good luck in the draft. Okay, with us now is Cindy Laurie.
So basically that is somewhat of the prompts this evening, Ice, is this trolling that they have been doing. So you can stop that screen share if you can find out how to do that, just so you know. All right, let me see. What do we got in the chat while we're killing time here? Beatrix says, snow is pretty, but I don't like playing in it. I used to love playing in it. I just don't like working in it anymore. But I still do. Still do because I'm a man. What was that, Ice? Sorry. I know I heard you.
We got old.
We got old. Have you ever seen the movie Tag? Anybody in the chat? And Ice Pick, have you seen that movie at all? Tag. Hey, Mrs. D, good to see ya. It's been a while since I've seen you in my chat.
Yep, I have.
Yeah, Tag is so funny. Mrs. D's good to see ya. So if you don't know in the chat, RSTV, Rattlesnake TV, Mrs. D, good mod over there. Check it out. Let's see. Anybody else new in the chat? It doesn't look like it. All right. So what are your thoughts on, so do you understand that clip that I just played? Does that make any sense to you at all, Ice?
It does actually, yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep. There's a little bit of a delay, it sounds like, but we'll work with it.
Am I delayed?
Yeah. Yeah, you might be able to exit and come back in, and it might change it. I'm not sure. I don't know why there's that much of a delay.
I got a better headphone, so
fair. Discord has a delay. It is fairly normal for Discord.
All right, let's try that.
We'll see how that goes though. Can you see Nope, he dropped out. And the bottom dropped out. Let's see. So hey, that's fair, Mrs. D. That's fair. The time difference, I'm sure, is quite the difference. So that's fair. But I appreciate you when I can see you. And definitely go, if you haven't checked out Rattlesnake TV, there's the link. Thank you, Homestead. Appreciate that. Aries Van Dam, what are you talking about? 200 a year? Oh, gotcha, in the WNBA. Yeah, right? I'd be doing it for the $200,000 a year they're getting in the new contract. Yeah, $200,000 a year is decent money. If I was making $200,000 a year, I wouldn't be doing that. Well, can't be saying that. If I were to be making $200,000 doing this, I'd be good with that. And if I were to make $200,000 and could be doing this, but it wasn't on this, I'd still be doing this. That new cam has got a little bit of a lag. That's interesting. Hopefully Ice Pick comes back. Hopefully his internet isn't too bad. Yeah, appreciate the mods keeping me up to date in Discord. I will try to be better about keeping an eye on the Discord while I'm live and things like that. But thank you for the notifications when I can remember to see them. That's funny. Yeah, and again, we need more people on the panels. But if you like the idea of the open dialogue and being able to have conversations and not just blood sports and sophistry debates and lies and all the other good jazz that the left gives us constantly, feel free to donate. And you know me, I don't hold up the stream or anything like that, so I'll get on with it. But please think about it. He wasn't ready for the hot potato Wi-Fi. Yeah, I guess. Internet sucks, probably. I wish I could make 200,000 to suck at something. Isn't that the truth? I wish I could make $200,000 doing good at something, for shit's sakes. Oh, man. Yeah, you got to go through with it. All right. Well, while we're waiting for him to come back, and again, if you guys see him in the chat, in the panel room, and I'm not there, let me know. And I'll go ahead and get out of this for right now. Oh, that's probably not what I wanted to do. Close that out for right now. Yes, this was what I was just about to show you. This is crazy. So, GTA in real life? Why did they go to GTA? Robbed as it travels, goods truck robbed as it travels along the highway in Egypt. Doesn't that look familiar? I mean, GTA maybe, but I don't think of GTA when I first see that. Maybe they were avoiding a copy strike. I don't know. Well, that's crazy that it's actually happening. Oh man, this isn't funny, but this is concerning. We need to have integrity in our jobs again. This is crazy to me.
Recipe that definitely needs to be taken off the menu.
A Panda Express customer in Milwaukee says he was stunned when
Rodney.
he saw an employee standing on the fryer while cleaning. The worker was apparently using it as his stepladder. This is tough to watch.
It's not just tough to watch. That's freaking disgusting. Like, you are not controlling that spray. There's no possible way to do that while the fryers are running. You would need to cover the fryers, which means they would need to be cold. Thus being like a day that they would have to shut their doors, essentially. I'm not sure exactly how they're supposed to be keeping this clean otherwise, but maybe at the end of the week when they're changing out oil or something like that. This is crazy.
Customer says the worker was spraying the cleaning chemicals and wiping down the fryer after food had just been placed inside. You see it down there below. Panda Express has not yet commented on the video.
So that's loony. I mean, this was July 2nd, so it was a while ago. But I just came across it, I think, yesterday. Yeah, a day ago is when it was posted. Yeah. So it was July 2nd, but it was only reported yesterday. I hope they hadn't been doing it since then. Let's see. So on the topic of the conversation we had, I think last week or one of the videos that I just uploaded where I said, ladies, I'm speaking directly to you, right? If you're not willing to pay, don't offer. And then make us deny the offer and this and that and the other, right? So this is goes beyond it. Now, this is a reaction by Lynn Watchhorn. Again, if you don't know who that is, I found her on Facebook. I don't know if she has a YouTube, but Lynn Watchhorn on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, I'd recommend it. She seems like a decent male advocate. So we'll watch this real fast. It looks like Ice is back in the room. So I will get back in there. Soil is back in the room. Soil. All right. So real quick.
Oh, there's no money on the thing, is there?
No, there is not. Literally before the video, he's like, let me take care of it, honey. And she insists on it, and then there's no money on it. That's not funny. Just, at this point, it's almost like you're trying to embarrass him or something.
So this right here. So this is why I say don't offer. Because at this point in time, are we being set up for the diddle? Are you trying to get us viral on YouTube, on Facebook, wherever you're going with it, right? So let me get over into the Discord again. Obligatory pick that I can't post here. Fair enough. Fair enough, apprentice. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I'm boomering for a second here. I have too much shit going on. Hey, welcome back, Ice. Is there still a delay?
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll see. All right.
Yes.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Let me get back in here. All right. So, where were we? Autocorrect. That makes sense. Homestead. That makes sense. I was like, soil. What's like? They were calling you soil in the chat, and I was confused. And apparently, autocorrect changed ice pick to soil. So, all right. Hopefully, you're there. Oh. Let's see. I posted it in the Discord. What am I looking for, apprentice? Oh, in general, starch. Yeah, Dave, I see your post in the yeah, exactly, right? Yep. Let me show that to you guys real quick. So you understand. So that context isn't being left out, right? One of my favorite pictures here. Oh, come on. When you find a year-old potato in the farthest corner of your pantry, where's the soil? Holy shit! All right, let's get back in here. All right. So we were talking about the trolling that Enes Kanter and the others are doing, and you were saying that you understand it. So what are your thoughts on it? If we got enough service here. Maybe. Anybody can join the panel too. For those that are sitting there thinking that they would want to join the panel, feel free to hop into the Discord, go through the promotions to get access to the Discord. So you can't just hop into the Discord. You're going to have to go to the rules page and react to the multiple potato emoji at the very bottom of the page in order to access the Discord. Then once you get access to the Discord, then you'll go to the vetting room with Homestead, I believe, is there right now. Yep. And Ice Pick, are you there? Wonder if he can hear me and I just can't hear him. Let's see. It's absolutely disgusting. What are we going for again? No. There he is for a second.
Nope.
Nope.
Don't worry about me.
There you are. Okay. Okay, so let's see. What do we got going on here? What can we share with you guys? I guess we'll go ahead and pull that up while we're waiting. Let's see.
Please,
of course,
let me join your
it's
fleet
do
cap.
this again.
Save it. You can't even pass level 2.
Hold on.
Stop it. Shut up, you. I gotta make Brave my main one, apparently. So I gotta stop watching commercials. It's ridiculous. Oh, what the hell?
A black Popeyes employee in Louisiana was fired and could face a
Well. Let's see. Of course, it's that color. Let's see. All right. So I am sharing it if you'd like to watch it in the Discord, Ice, just so you know what we're talking about here.
lawsuit after he farted on raw chicken and served it to customers. The incident started when the employee posted a disturbing video online. In the video, he walked into the restaurant's raw chicken storage area, opened a package of uncooked chicken, sat on it, and farted on the food. After that, he appeared to take the same chicken, cook it in the fryer, and serve it to customers. A few days later, some customers discovered the video online. When they watched it carefully, they realized the employee in the video was the same person who had prepared their meals at the restaurant that day. The customers said they immediately felt disgusted and sick after realizing they might have eaten the chicken shown in the video. They brought the evidence to the restaurant and contacted Popeyes corporate, demanding compensation and an investigation. Popeyes fired the employee and hired lawyers to take legal action against him. After the video went viral, many people said this was exactly why they avoid fast food, because customers never know what happens in the kitchen before their food is served. Others...
Boys and girls, if this is real, that's just nasty. Like, it's making my stomach turn right now. Does this change the way you guys interact with fast food places? Like, are you going to start cooking more at home instead of going through the drive-thru at Popeyes or Mickey D's, Burger King, Wendy's? What are we doing
Thank
here?
you for dropping that,
I mean,
Homestead.
These young kids, they just crazy.
If you'd
now,
like to check his
I
channel
need you guys' help. I don't know if this is real or not. I mean, I've seen it on TikTok,
Elmo, good
Instagram,
to see ya. It's been a bit.
A couple of videos on YouTube, but I don't know if this is real. They say it happened.
Hope you're doing all right, buddy.
Houston, Texas, on Sheldon Road. If anyone has information about this, let your boy know. But it's nasty. I mean, it looks real. It's nasty. So
I don't know. I I'm not going to say this is the
I used to work in
same
the
story
kitchen
as
for
what
2
I was
years.
just
I worked in
showing
the
you,
kitchen.
which is
And I
even
tell you
worse if
what,
it isn't.
People do things in the kitchen that you'd be like, ooh. Nothing
But with
like
that being the
this.
case, we
But
definitely need to be
I'll tell
avoiding
you one
fast
thing.
food.
This is why I
wild.
bring plastic utensils when I go to certain restaurants. I just put it to you like that. You know, like your buffets or just, you know, different places, mom
Anyway,
and pop
we will
places, you know.
Stop that. That's gross. Gross, bro. All right, let's see. Oh. Doop, 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 doop. Stop sharing. All right. So that's wild. Definitely start eating your own food. Don't go out for food. That's definitely not something we should be doing. Crunk the Madman. Oh, fair enough. All right. So let's see. And again, anybody is welcome to join the panel. Feel free to hop on up. And Aries, I saw that you asked that we have anybody that wants to debate. No, we don't. That's the problem. We're trying to find people to debate. No left wants to debate anymore because Andrew's wrecking them all, I guess. I don't know. But essentially, I can't find anybody to debate on my channel. Not that I would want to debate, but I know other people want to debate. Anyway.
Hey, Tater.
Hey, there, I can hear you.
Hey, I finally figured it out. Sorry.
No,
Sorry, I missed all of that.
Hey, you're good, buddy. You're good. No worries. It happens. Technical difficulties is apparently my middle name here on my stream. So,
Well, I'll let you take it because I thought I was the problem. Because I'm usually the problem.
No, it's usually me. I'm the potato. That's why I call myself a potato. And my computer, my brand new computer, which it's not brand new, but it's under a year old. Speaking of year, my year anniversary of YouTube uploads is coming up on Monday. So the day after my live stream, I will have full year of upload on videos now. Craziness.
Congrats, Tater.
Hey, thanks, man. It's been a wild ride. We have 283 subscribers. It's a decent amount. We need definitely more. If you know of anybody that would like to come talk to me, make fun of me, I'm sure that the lefts will want to do that. I call myself a potato. What's the worst that they can do? Wreck me completely and utterly. Destroy my soul like they do. But, you know, we won't go into that. Thank you, Homestead. Appreciate that. It has been a crazy year. Speaking of a year, so when you guys did the year on Discord, apparently it's been this long. I don't know if anybody remembers that episode, but everybody threw me a big old party and I was like confused because I was waiting for this year anniversary, right? And so thank you all for giving me the year on Discord that I've had, because from what I understand, we've got quite the lore book started, and I'm excited to see where that goes. But Aries, I burned my bridge with First Amender when I shut down his call-in show. He banned me from even calling in and called me a racist. Fair enough. Yes, thank you very much, Homestead. Please subscribe if you haven't already. I'm sure that everybody in the chat has subscribed at this point. But again, I'm trying to get more people on these open panels. We used to have a decent amount of people that would want to come up and talk, and everybody's had their say and things like that. So we definitely need more people, new people. Elma, yeah, just a question. Why no memberships yet? Because I need 500 subscribers, unfortunately. I have 283. So I'm getting there. Just need another, 217, I believe is what it would be. So we're getting there. You'd be surprised how many cults are in the lore book. Oh boy. I'm excited to see it. I'm not gonna lie. Fiber down and cell data not working. No, Beatrix, no. Does that mean you're not gonna be with me all night? Crap. Let's see. Some heroes are born, others are spuds. That's awesome. Thanks for that, Rodney. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about real quick here. What channel am I in? Welcome, spuds. Of course. Of course. Truth, justice, and the starch way. That's right. I love the lore, man. It's getting so funny. Everybody loves potatoes. That's why I chose potatoes. Fair enough, Rodney. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, if you have any, alternate accounts, feel free to subscribe with them too, right? Just the one is fine. I'm kidding. Dave, First Amender, banned you too. That's funny. All right. So since your mic is working, with the trolling of the WNBA, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, because the black guy saying is a transvestite, and I'm pretty sure Caitlin Clark, she's been dominating.
Oh,
and she's been getting shit on. Or, sorry.
No, you're good.
She's been crapped on.
Poo-pooed on.
Because she's so good.
She's amazing. She is an anomaly in the WNBA. I've been watching these clips and these other crews. There's like 4 or 5 of them like toppling over each other trying to get to Caitlin, and she just does a spin and like avoids all of them. It's comical. I'm not gonna lie.
It is comical, but she's also being targeted, which is, I don't know if it's sexist because it's all girls, but prominently, no offense, it's the other race going after her.
I hear you. It's the 13%, right?
Right. I'm sorry, be better.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is the WNBA is such a nightmare because of the simple fact that they're not good, right? With the exception of those anomalies like Caitlin Clark, there's nothing worth watching in the WNBA other than to laugh at Dijon Carrington or whatever her name is with her horsetail of a head of hair. But other than that, I don't like sports, so I don't watch sports at all. What are your takes on sports in general? Do you watch a lot of sports? Nice pick. Of course, his internet's going to have troubles just as I'm asking him a question.
Are you serious?
There he is.
Okay.
Maybe.
Right. No. Okay. Watch sports. Watch the commercials on the NFL. The Super Bowl.
Right. And when was the last time the Super Bowl commercials were worth anything, really, honestly? They've gone
10 years ago.
Yeah. They've gone downhill terribly.
I think the last one that I actually enjoyed was Ribbit. No, Bud. Budweiser.
Budweiser. Yeah.
The frogs.
Fair. That's fair.
Which is kind of a oxymoron for me, but whatever.
Yeah, right. I hear you. Okay, so the prompt apparently my prompt master is sick, and so she wasn't able to get them all loaded everywhere, but the prompt that we're talking about currently is trolling like Enes Kanter Freedom, Royce White, the gentleman that we just watched, and Larry Sanders declaring themselves eligible for the WNBA draft, an effective way to push back. So what are your thoughts on that? We'll start with that. Is it an effective way to push back, or is it just a gimmick?
I don't know any of those people, but I'm assuming that they're not supposed to be in that sport. So I would say, in my assumptions, no, it's not a good way to push back. It's just a way to shove down everybody's throat to capitalize on what everybody else is saying.
Fair. So you don't think it's a good way to push back? You think basically it's a gimmick?
So am I correct in my assumption, though, that transgenders are, because the way the clip that I saw, he was very much a dude, but was calling himself a transgender and wanting to play in women's sports.
Right. Right.
So it's not a good way to push back. It's a gimmick in a way. But I also, I can see both sides, I guess, because I don't want to disapprove of that side. If you want to do that, that's fine. That's fine. Whatever. I don't have any problem with that. But
so what and I get what you're saying, but what would happen if we were to allow them because they're not trans. I mean, I can't say what they are and what they're not. But like you said, he's very much a dude. Like the clip I just showed you doesn't like some of these trans women, whatever they want to call themselves, they don't shave. But he was not shaved. He was obviously he wasn't presenting female, right?
Absolutely not. And at that point, you're just shoving it down. You're just trying to jump on the bandwagon. So that's a gimmick.
Sure. Sure.
I don't approve of men in women's sports because it's unfair.
Well, that's kind of, I'm assuming, this is just a potato assuming, and we all know what assuming does, let alone a potato doing it. But long story short, what I'm assuming that they're trying to get across is how ridiculous it is on its face. So if you're willing to say that trans women are women, all I have to do is claim that I am a trans woman. I don't have to do anything else. That's essentially what that's their trolling. Is we're women, you can't say otherwise, and because we're women, you should have to let us into the WNBA. If we get into the WNBA, then we're going to dominate the sport, and you're going to make millions off of us. So why wouldn't you want to?
And I can see the financial aspect of that.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
But also you're disrespecting the whole point of it. Because nobody took WNBA as a respectable sport. It's just, let them have their fun sort of thing. But if you're gonna make a mockery of it, then no. Go somewhere else. Go dominate in your genre, if you will.
It's fair.
If you're so good, it's either you're good at it and you're going to dominate, or you're so bad at your genre that you have to dominate on quote unquote lesser. Then that's disrespectful and quite laughable, really.
Sure.
You had to make a name of yourself because you had to make yourself, in their eyes, in their words, lesser. But I'm sorry, but a lot of the women on the WNBA can dominate a lot of the men on the, I don't know what it's called, the men's side. Because honestly, I mean,
be careful what you say on that one, because what I've been seeing, other than Caitlin Clark, the anomaly, they're kind of a joke. Now, I don't watch sports, again, like I said, so I don't know much about men's basketball. But welcome in, Static Cage.
How's it going, guys?
Give Static Cage a second. How are you?
Oh, you're good.
Doing well. Good to be here.
Appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah, I actually have a lot to say about this one.
right.
And I strongly disagree with you, Ice Pick.
Okay.
Okay.
I used to play basketball. I've played against professional female basketball players. I don't really follow. I don't really watch it anymore, but I have seen the WNBA and I have played against professional female basketball players. They're going to get absolutely dominated if men join their league.
Yeah.
It's not, it's like not even going to be close. Middle school boys could beat professional female players. I think the trolling thing is a little silly, but so is the WNBA because they can't even decide what a woman actually is, and the female players are constantly demanding that they get paid the same as male NBA players. The league is actually losing money. It loses money every year, millions of dollars. And it's subsidized by the NBA because the NBA is so profitable. They give them money to keep them afloat.
Yeah.
And I think they should take the trolling all the way and try to actually get in the league to prove the point that that it's ridiculous. The best way to do that would be to show them how much the men would actually dominate. I'm familiar with. I know of the guys. I think it's 3 guys who are mainly doing it, and they were pretty solid NBA players. They weren't superstars, but they did pretty well against the best players in the world. So I think they would absolutely destroy the women.
Yeah. Yeah.
Completely agree.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't listen to your whole thing. I just kind of heard what you said after I jumped in. So
yeah, it's hard to.
No, you're fine.
It's hard to pay attention to the stream while you're in the vetting room.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just to clarify. I agree with you. They would dominate the women. That's why I say they are not good enough for, as you said, the league. So they have to get their kudos, if you will, by I'm a woman, so let's play in the women's game. Other than the anomalies like Caitlin Clark, and there's others, I'm sure. I don't watch them, so I don't know. I just see a lot of the Caitlin Clark because mostly she's being targeted. But I totally agree. They would be dominated by the women.
By the men.
So, no. Okay. Am I okay? I'm hearing. Oh, okay. I apologize. I misunderstood. Okay. The men are great, yes. But the men that think that they're women so that they can dominate the women are a joke.
They don't actually think they're women. They're trolling because the WNBA they held a council and they couldn't decide on what a woman actually is. So these are former NBA players who are making a point that if you're just gonna not really define what a woman actually is, then they're gonna join the WNBA.
Yeah. So we're not talking. This isn't a reference to all of the transgenders. It's reference to just specifically these 3 or 4 that I referenced, or those that are doing this as a tongue-in-cheek, facetious. Look how stupid this is on its face, and we're going to show you how stupid it is by literally giving you your spoonful of sugar back to you. That's essentially what they're
doing. Yeah.
So this isn't reference to because again, we don't agree with trans women, period, let alone in sports. But these are not trans women. They're saying they are because again, the left has said constantly, you can't tell me otherwise. So now we're saying you can't tell us otherwise. Let us in and dominate. Does that make more sense now?
Yeah, and I guess I'm not good enough in this topic to. I guess I was tongue in cheek myself because I'm not.
That's fair.
Familiar in this topic, so I apologize for any offense if I did any or misunderstanding or misinformation.
You're good. That's the whole point of open conversation, is to learn where you might be misconstrued on some of your views, or if you are just thinking of something incorrectly. And then when it comes to your mind, it's like, okay, well, that makes more sense. And then we say something that's like, oh, that actually makes more sense. So again, that's the whole purpose of my channel, is the open dialogue, to help people start to see a different side from the left.
Thank you, Static, for explaining that.
Oh yeah, no problem, dude.
Appreciate it. Let's see. Our Aries Van Dam in the chat says, what are you talking about? Me and my bookie want men in every league. Me and my bookie. Yeah, right? Isn't that the truth?
Yeah.
It makes gambling so much easier. Yeah,
I'll be your bookie, Aries.
I'll be your bookie, Aries. Yeah. Make sure I'm being cut in on it. Oh man.
See, I have a controversial take. I'm very far right, but I think that even the even the men who think they're women, actually do think they're women, should be joining these leagues too, because even that proves how ridiculous the whole thing is.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, there's this, things like this have been happening even before there were trans people in women's leagues. The women's pro national soccer team played against a boys middle school team and got absolutely dominated by them.
Crushed. Yeah. Yeah. Professional team against, well, you said middle school, I think it was. There's been multiple of these things. Well, professional against high school, professional against middle school. They always get dominated by the men, because men are just natural, physically superior, essentially. Is Elric in the chat? I see Apprentice saying his name, but I don't see. Is it because my chat is all fuckered? No, I don't see him in the chat. We should introduce
I think,
new. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead, Tater.
I was just gonna say, Apprentice said, like, Elric, we should introduce nukes, right, Elric? Because they had I believe it was with Avarice and him on this topic last Thursday, and they got pretty heated about just nuking the WNBA, because essentially that's what will happen. Right, by men going into the league, it will just completely annihilate the WNBA. It will become the second NBA, and everybody will hire men because they're the ones who make the money.
Yeah. Part of I think part of the prompt was, how far should they take the trolling? I think they should take it all the way.
Yeah. That was the next. I can't remember exactly where that was, but that was the next question, basically. You know, how far do you, so are you on the side of the trolling now, Ice Pick? Or are you still like, it's kind of a gimmick?
I'm always on the side of the trolling.
You're kind of cutting out again, of course.
I was always on the side of the trolling. I guess I misunderstood what trolling in this aspect meant.
Fair. Shepherd of the Nook, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement. I believe you have a channel, so mods, drop that in the chat if you would, please. Nukes, what did I walk into? You missed it last week. It was fun stuff. We're gonna essentially annihilate the WNBA with this trolling. Okay, so if you're on the side of trolling, how do you feel about how far they should take this, Ice Pick? Hopefully. Gotta love internet, man. So, hopefully you can find better service. Another part of the question is, will the people who are able to finally see the absurdity of this be enough to offset the increased tension that it will create? Oh, I think I might have heard him for a second there. Nope. Still nothing.
Nope.
Dang it.
Can I just say real quick that I do not blame him for not knowing about this. I think it's a good thing that people don't watch professional sports. It's bread and circus.
I agree 100%.
It's meant to distract you. And most of it nowadays is all rigged anyway.
Oh, hell yeah, it is. Even the UFC, from what I'm hearing, which I want to say, like, because it was during the WWE and WWF or whatever that were getting all the flack for being rigged, and the UFC came out and was basically like, we're real, and I want to say they were for a while, but now it's all rigged too. And so I agree 110% with you. Go ahead, sir.
Once the sports betting came into play, it's really prevalent now. You can do it from your phone while you watch the game. That was kind of the end of it, pretty much.
Fair, yeah.
But speaking of the NBA, a few players and coaches got arrested like a year ago for betting on their own games and that kind of thing.
It's kind of obvious at that point in time, isn't it? Oh man. All right. So, I expect you. Can you talk yet? Got anything to say?
I think so.
Yeah, I can hear you.
There it is.
Okay. Hey, sorry. I don't really have anything to say. I don't know anything about sports. I don't watch them. I don't pay attention to them. Man.
Like Static just said, good for you. Like, serious. I hate sports. I hate them. Literally the only reason that I know anything about this is because the people that I have do my prompts for me, because I've become busy enough to not have time to do it myself. They've presented this to me.
Fancy.
I know, right? I've got a crew behind me, which is impressive. And so I use that whenever I can, right? But long story short, they presented these prompts and I get them from the community. So again, if anybody in the chat would like something talked about specifically, feel free to drop them in the as a suggestion in the Discord. And anybody that would like to join the panels, feel free to join the panels at any point in time as well. Bad Cramps Gramps, good to see you. Yo, what's good, my hosses and hossettes? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing all right, man. Bandit, good to see you. Potato, if there is money to be made, there will be people whose sole concern is determining the outcome. That's true facts right there. All right. So, what... You don't have to watch sports to have an opinion on this particular question.
I can hear you again.
Of course.
What the hell?
I can hear you fine.
What is going on?
That's good. It's. I'm sure it's his internet. Unfortunately,
people in multiple states.
Gotta love the internet. But so okay, so I'll ask you.
I can't hear them at all. Not lagging. I can't hear them.
And now we can hear you and you can't hear us. That's funny. And obnoxious. Let's see. Static Age. Will the people who are able to finally see the absurdity be enough to offset the increased tension that this will create with the faithful adherents to the gender narrative? What are your thoughts on that one?
Gosh, I don't know. I mean, if you don't already see how ridiculous it is, I don't know if anything's going to really change that, you know?
Fair.
I mean, they'll probably find some way to cope about it one way or the other. So
hey, right.
I don't know. I did see a pretty funny clip. One of the guys that is doing this, he's like a 7 foot tall guy. He actually went to a WNBA game and he was wearing a shirt that had the definition of a woman on it. And the big lesbian WNBA players all tried to swarm around him and act tough with him, like they're gonna fight him.
That's funny. I just showed one that was of Enes Kanter doing kind of the same thing. I think it was a different clip.
That's who it was. Yeah.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were uber peeved off, man. He's like, "Let me play." Shit's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, as far as what I consider enough people to offset what's going to end up happening. Cause like we've talked about, it's just going to be them calling us bigots and insulting us. And this will do nothing for benefiting anyone to troll like this. But unfortunately at this point in time, what are we supposed to do? Like,
I mean, I think there are still a lot of normal people out there that aren't really like, that are just kind of like apolitical and don't really have a strong opinion on any of this stuff. And I think, something like this could potentially sway people like that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it does, because again, I'm behind the trolling because of the simple fact that we've exhausted our speaking voice. Again, we sent out the nicest of us and they shot him in the neck, so I don't know exactly what to think of on that one. His internet finally gave out on him. Poor Ice Pig. If you're listening to the stream, I really appreciate the engagement. Well, if you want to come back, you're welcome to. There he is.
There he is.
Can you hear us? Can we hear you? Doesn't sound like it. I can't believe how we could make a phone call to the moon in 60s, but we can't have a clear cell phone call in 2026. Hey, Voshmit, there you are, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Hey, Voshmit.
What's going on, guys?
Since you're the newest one in on the panel, you have the floor if you'd like it for a minute. On anything that we're talking about?
I heard something about the moon. Yeah, what were we just talking about the moon? Because I think the moon is a spaceship.
I was just saying that it's funny that we can make a call to the moon in the 60s, but we can't make a clear cell phone call in 2026. It's just interesting to me. We can hear you, Ice Pick. Can you hear us? We can hear you in the background. You're kind of echoey. I can hear you talking to your woman, probably.
We have standard operating procedures.
And he can't hear us. So that might be interesting. I don't want to deafen him because then he won't know when I won't know when he's trying to get back on. Anyway, Voshmit, go for it. What do you got? Anything on the trolling or the moon landing if you want, I guess.
Oh, no, we don't need to talk about the moon landing. Dave will be here in a moment if we start talking about that. But as far as the trolling goes, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. They made that bed. Let's make them lay in it.
Yeah. I have to get behind it again. Like I said, we've exhausted all the routes that I can think of other than to just start shoving their own spoonful of sugar down their own throat. And I think we're all kind of on the same page as far as that goes. So how far would you say to take that at that point in time, Bosch?
Why can't you? Oh, as far as you can take it.
As far as you can take it.
I'm surprised it's taken this long just to get guys to troll their way onto the WNBA or any women's sports team. Like, yeah, this should have been done a long time ago.
Yeah, I agree. Ice Pick, can you hear us yet? Still nothing. Okay, so what would your thoughts be on will there be enough people to offset the absurdity of it with the increased tension that it's going to cause? Do you think it will the ends will justify the means, essentially. Will there be enough people from this?
Oh, you mean like viewership?
So basically, like the people that are on the fence and are like, oh yeah, a woman is a woman, whoever the fuck she wants to call herself a woman, and now they're like, oh no, you can't call yourself a woman. So how many of those people do you think will get on our side?
You know, probably not as many as you would hope.
Right.
But also, do we want those people on our side? Like, yeah, we might be able to switch them on one topic. Oh, I summoned Dave.
Yep. Good to see you, Dave. Welcome into the panel. Go ahead and talk.
Hang on.
Okay. I just want to make sure because you were cutting out there for a second, but you sound clear pretty much now. So go ahead and talk whenever you're ready. And while I'm waiting here, Apprentice says, at this point in time, I think we need to play by their rules as often as there are people who are willing to push it all the way to the end. And I agree. At this point in time, we've got to start pushing back, and their spoonful of sugar needs to be shoved down their own throat. Dave, you left the... Anyway. Ice Pick, can you hear us yet? Fair enough. And Apprentice says, and by play by their rules, I mean make them face the consequences of their actions, which is putting men, biological and appearing men, into the WNBA so that they can show you exactly how stupid it is on its face. Because again, it's ridiculous, and it always has been, and it's time for us to get over it. Anybody on that?
Well, going back to what we were saying before, like we might change some people's minds on this one topic of like men and women's sports, but do we really want to consider those people on our side, considering everything else they likely believe in? Like that men can become women at all?
Well, and I do understand what you mean, but there is literally some. So, for those that watched the panel with Dialectically Challenged, the interview that I had with him, basically he told me about Yoon Park, Yoon, yeah, I think is what her name was, Yoon Park. Anyway, and her escape from North Korea, and we really need to be focusing more on North Korea and how we need to be making sure we don't go the route of North Korea, because their population has literally redefined its DNA to not gain weight, to not be able to grow because they have no food. So their DNA is adhering to that. Their body is making it so that they can survive without food, and they can't grow. Welcome in, Dave. Good to see you. See if you can talk now.
I think I'm able to talk. I don't know.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Wonderful.
Good to have you.
Never seen you on cam before, Dave.
Oh, really?
This is nice.
That's funny. Hey, don't call it art. Good to see you, man. Men can become women only if it's funny. Isn't that the truth? Hey, Political Shankfest. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Did you come because I summoned you for the moon landing?
No, I wasn't listening. I just noticed that
that is a
I
coincidence.
just had some downtime, and I figured, fuck it, I'm gonna jump on there. Why not?
Hell yeah. I appreciate the engagement. Do you have anything that you would like to speak on about the trolling?
No, not really. Well, I mean, I think it's a good thing. I think people are looking at it the wrong way, though. People are looking at it like, should they be allowed to play? Should they not be allowed to play? I hope they take it all away, but I don't think it's going to get that far. What I think they're doing is they're basically just testing their own logic. Everybody wants to be. So what really stirred everything up was what's her name? Cunningham, something Cunningham.
Sophia
Cunningham. Yeah. So she basically posted some stuff saying, or I think it was in a press interview, basically saying that this is a women's league. Stating the obvious. This is a women's league. We shouldn't be allowing men in there. And then all the owners and managers and all them, they freaked out, and then they started wearing pro LGBT fucking whatever pins and ties and all that stuff. So realistically, what I think is happening is the guys that are joining are just basically testing these guys, testing their logic and saying, okay, well, if you want to say you're pro trans and that everybody should be allowed to join, then let's find out.
Yep.
Let's take this all away and see what you really think when there's a 7'5" giant fuck coming at you, and most of these girls are barely 6 foot.
Yeah, and they're I mean, thin as a rail, right? Because their body is not made to put on muscle, put on actual definition. So they've got to work twice as hard, and they're going to be leaner. And so when you look at muscle mass comparatively to what they are, it's gonna be dangerous.
Yeah, you look at take the absolute best player in the WNBA, which right now I would argue is probably Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She's like, I don't think she's even 6 foot. She's maybe 130, 140 pounds tops. The worst NBA player, the shortest NBA player, was almost that height. I don't know if he was the shortest, but I'm referencing a guy named Steve Nash.
Exactly, political Shankfest.
He played for the Phoenix Suns for a long time. Short little white guy. He was almost the same, like, build or whatever, and he would have stomped Caitlin Clark. There's no way she would have got a single point. So it's like, okay, if we're going to take this to the logical conclusion, then the WNBA is a competitive sport. They're going to want the most competitive people. Therefore, when they start allowing men in there, it's just going to turn into a men's team. It's just going to, a men's league.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like Avarice and Elric got into the conversation last week on Thursday panel, and how it's going to basically annihilate the WNBA. It won't be WNBA anymore. It'll just be another NBA, the NBA 2.
Yep.
NBA ditto.
Yeah, that's
NBA
exactly
light.
what's going to happen.
NBA light.
Yeah,
right?
NBA light. Yeah.
That's funny. I'm going to start calling it that, actually. Wi-Fi says, don't forget Muggsy Bogus. He was like 5'4".
Muggsy Bogues.
Muggsy, thank you very much.
Yeah, Muggsy Bogues. He was phenomenal. But
gotcha.
I mean, for argument's sake, okay, you remember Space Jam, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
The short little guy, that's who that was supposed to be.
Oh, really? Gotcha.
Yeah. The short little monster, the smallest one of them all. I'm pretty sure that's who that was.
Nice.
Like referencing or whatever.
Gotcha.
But Muggsy Bogues, he was literally like top of the league. The only reason I referenced Steve Nash is because he doesn't have like a bunch of championship rings and all that stuff. He's like he was really good, don't get me wrong, but he wasn't like a
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's in the Hall of Fame
player. Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. I know he was
He's
good
an
player.
all-star every year.
But half the reason he's an all-star is because A, he was one of the only white people in the league, and B, because he is like, I want to say he's like 5'9" or something. He was not tall at all.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, NBA teams only have about 15 players on the team. And so even if you're like the worst player in the NBA, the absolute worst player in the NBA, you're still one of the best players in the world. And so like even like a scrub in the NBA would just absolutely destroy these women.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. So I referenced Steve Nash. I know he's a really good player, but that was just the first guy that popped into my head that was like relative in size compared to these women. But like he was saying, if you take the absolute worst, they're still going to dominate in the women's. You look at the soccer players. I don't know. It was a few years back. The absolute best soccer players in the entire United States went up against 15-year-old boys and didn't score a single goal.
Yeah, we did mention that.
Wiped the floor of them. It's going to be the same thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay, so do we have anything else on that then?
It's still not enough to get me to watch sports ball.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of sports. Like Static Age was saying earlier. I'm definitely one that believes that it's just bread and circus. It's just another way to distract us, keep us contemplating something other than our thrive, right? We want to thrive in life, not just survive. And if they can keep us focused on just surviving and then keep us entertained, we don't look for ways of thriving. And that's why I really like this space. Go ahead, Dave.
I think we can all admit we need some source of entertainment. Hence the reason we're here right now. Hence the reason we all watch YouTube and shit like that.
Right.
So I think we all need a source of entertainment, but it stops becoming entertaining when you know for a fact once you add money to something, there's the possibility of corruption.
Yep.
And with the billions and billions of dollars that's bet on sports every year,
oh man,
you know, boxers are taking falls. You know, teams are
welcome
missing
in, Jeremy
shots.
Briggs. Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right, man.
Throwing it into the fucking stands. If there's a potential,
I agree with you too,
for somebody to win millions upon millions of dollars, then there's the potential for them to rig the game. And that's, I don't know. I just don't see, I've seen too much evidence of it being rigged to say it's not anymore.
Yeah. Yep. Every time I turn around, I'm seeing something else that's indicating that it's rigged. So
yeah,
it's hard to say it's not.
I got to get out of here, gentlemen.
Oh, fair enough. Well, it's good to see you, man. Good to talk to you. Do you want to shout your channel out real quick?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Sure. If you want to find me on YouTube, you can search J Spurgs and I'll come right up. That's not a joke.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing because it's a joke. That's just awesome.
No, it's funny. No, my show is called Static Age Show. I do commentary, comedy, have some discussions, all kinds of stuff like that. So yeah, if you're interested, check it out. I stream several times a week.
Nice. Right on. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, great talking to you guys. Have a good one.
Oh, yeah,
God bless you.
Yeah, it was a great talk. I really enjoyed our conversation.
It's because you came up political. He laughed. He's like, I'm out.
Yeah, he was scared.
Nah.
He ran terrified.
Welcome in. Do you have anything to say on the trolling?
I did miss the last couple of minutes. Last I heard, we were still talking about the transgenders in the sports.
Yep, that's basically what we'll go back to, even if we had moved past that. What are your takes on the trolling that they're doing?
Well, that text you brought up of me saying that they belong in insane asylums, I stick by that 100%. If you're thinking thoughts of self-mutilation, you need to go to a facility.
Yeah,
that's for starters.
I agree with that one. So
make asylums great again. I've been saying it for 3 years.
Go back to not allowing people to leave voluntarily. That would have prevented the other news that was going on this week.
Yep.
That bitch was there for, what was it, like 5 hours?
No, she was there for like 5 days.
I think it was 3 days.
5 days. 5 days.
But she checked herself out against doctor's orders, and she was allowed to do that. And what we got is what.
Well, no, that's not accurate. Actually, she voluntarily left, she voluntarily left because they told her their facility was for women and infants, which dealt with postpartum, and they determined she was not postpartum. They believed she was suffering from bipolar disorder, bipolar type 2. Or a overabundance of prescription drugs. So, not quite.
Who are we talking about?
Every time I read
the problem is
Clancy.
We're talking about Lindsay Clancy.
I thought so. So go ahead.
So from the little bit that I have researched, she left. Yeah, she left that place because she was told that it was for postpartum, whatever. However, she was told to go to it was a different place with, I think it was in the next city over or the next town over or something like that. She was told to go there because they dealt with bipolar and this and that. So she technically left voluntarily, but she was told to go somewhere else. So it's kind of I don't know. It's kind of a 50-50 thing. Yes, they fucked up in letting her leave because clearly she was
not ready.
Get crazy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they did tell her, "Hey, you are still sick. You need to go to this other facility."
Well, see, that's where I get back to the not voluntarily leaving type thing. Like that should have been a transfer. They should have transferred her to a different facility. They should not have just let her go.
Yeah. They should have controlled that.
Well, all of these people, they especially you see a lot of the homeless problem. A lot of these transgenders, like a lot of things would be solved if we just lock people back in mental institutions.
Yep.
Yeah, as far as the psychological professionals go, their biggest mistake was not communicating with each other. Like most of them had no idea what she was prescribed or any previous diagnoses. And they really did mess up, but she still does not meet the requirements for criminally insane and to be.
I'm not even sure, Gramps.
Let
I
off.
have no idea.
Like,
they don't get me wrong. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. I actually will have to be right back. I have someone that has awoken.
Good, you're good.
Uh-oh.
Have fun.
So yeah, I think that the doctors, if you want to call them that, I don't even think they're quite doctors, to be honest, but they did go to the schooling and they have that behind their name, so I guess you have to call them doctors. Anyway,
right.
I think that they did screw up by not at least informing somebody, like, I don't know, the police that she was still nuts and had 3 children in her care.
Yeah.
However,
at that point, it still sounds like people are fishing for excuses for her. Like we live in a society where she can't where she can't be held against her will in one of these facilities. So what exactly were the doctors supposed to do? And I don't have a high opinion of like psychologists or psychiatrists either, but like, what was their option? They don't. She is in charge of her medical records because she is, for some reason, deemed a person that is, mature enough, cognitively aware enough to be in charge of her own medical care, and you can't revoke that from her under the way we have the law currently. So in the end, the way we've set up our legal system is we've said that it is on her, and she clearly failed. Like, this is not failed. Like, she clearly did something abhorrent.
Yeah, yes and no. Like, that's where the however was coming in, is that they I want to say that the medical professionals, if you will,
kind of gross, man.
They did screw up a bit, because technically, if you're
a rabid skunk would be taken care of almost immediately.
I don't know how it is in other states, but I know, for instance, in Arizona, if you are a threat to either yourself or somebody else, you can be held against your will. It's called a 5150 hold.
Right.
Yeah, but did she ever express that?
According to the court documents, she said she said she had thoughts of regret of having children, but she never actually said that she was going to harm them. So not really.
Yeah. So again, the
she didn't
medical
really.
professionals' hands were tied by the system that was set up, and ironically,
That's what I mean.
was a system primarily created by women. Is this when we started shutting down all these insane asylums?
It was 100% created by women. So I want to say yes, the doctors screwed up a little bit, but they're not like liably or legally responsible in any way. They're not. They, like you said, their hands were tied. This was 100% on this lady, and even a little bit on her husband. Her husband, now granted, this is, I don't know, me and my wife talk quite a bit, so maybe we're different, but if I had any inkling at all whatsoever that there was a possibility that my wife was going to hurt my children, I would leave with the kids. We'd be gone. There'd be no contact whatsoever until she got some help or whatever. But so I would say it's like 2% on the doctors, 4% on the husband, and the rest on her. Like,
I disagree even with that assessment, because we just got through saying the doctor's hands were physically tied. She didn't say anything that could be construed as going to harm the children. I mean, at every point, especially when you have a small child, you're like, holy crap, what did I sign up for? You're going to wonder what your life would have been like if you didn't have kids, something like that. So it's like, you can't say, oh, she said she regretted having kids, we have to lock her in an insane asylum. Like, even if we changed all the rules, what grounds would they have under that situation to do anything about it? So I dispute that there's any fault anywhere but with her. And it sounds like what always seems to happen is people just are uncomfortable blaming a woman for doing something. They always have to find some way to diminish her responsibility, her agency in an action. Like, what was the husband supposed to do? He hired a part-time nanny. Wasn't he working from home? He had taken 12 weeks paternity leave, which I don't even know how you managed to do that. I mean, he was making $400,000 a year. This was not a girl.
That's how you manage it.
Yeah. She could have
but on the same hand,
Amazon to help herself out. She medicated herself repeatedly. What could he have done to stop this? Deny her independent,
he could have taken her kids,
right? And taken her, then you know what happens? The police get called and he loses custody, and now they're solely with her. Or what's he going to do? Take away her pills and then she goes into shock withdrawal, and again gets a call to the police and they take him away to jail for stealing her pills. What could anyone have done?
So wait, and
it sounds like nothing.
Hang on, in what world is it illegal to leave with your own children in your car?
If you just take off and don't tell your spouse where you're going, or forbid them from seeing their children, that's illegal in every state. Last I checked, that's kidnapping.
Not if there's not a custody order.
Well, especially with fathers running away with kids from the mother, like that.
Yeah.
Law enforcement usually frowns on that.
Yeah, that's only if law enforcement was called, and that's only if. Yeah, okay. For one, you got to realize that she didn't want these kids. That's the whole point here. Therefore, if the father would have left with the kids,
equal right, equal
why
lefts,
would she have called anybody?
Poo-poo!
Potato, you're muted. I don't know if you're saying something.
No, I'm talking to my chat. You're good.
Okay.
Hey.
So back to what you were saying. If if she didn't want the kids,
God bless the broken legal
why
system.
again? Like, this doesn't.
Fair enough. Good to see you.
Reconcile
Appreciate the
itself.
engagement.
Like, if she didn't want the kids, she could have gotten in the car and just driven away. Like, she specifically took a specific set of actions, and the way our legal system, the way our society is set up currently, what recourse would anyone have had to stop her? Because, like, what the husband could have said, no, I'm not going to go to the store. I'm not going to leave you unsupervised with the kids. And that's basically the only move I can see for him. And it's not like he can be home 24/7. So it's like, I struggle to find responsibility anywhere but with her, specifically because this was a premeditated action. She sent him away. She planned this out in advance. She spent, what is it, 10 minutes per child strangling them to death? Like, you can't fault anyone but her.
No, I think it's 100% her fault. I agree. It is her fault.
Earlier you were saying it was 2%.
But if you're a responsible father, you got to let me finish. If you're a responsible father and you know that your wife is this nuts and she just got out of being locked up in an insane asylum, she's going to clearly show signs that she's not well, or whatever you want to call it. Where's the responsibility? Like, what? Well, yes, she's 100% responsible for what she's doing. However, the father is also a father. Like, he's also there. He's also one of the parents. He also has to say, hey, I could have done something. I could have at least tried to leave with the kids. I could have at least tried to kick her out. I could have at least tried something.
Well, again,
we also live in the day where people commit themselves to an insane asylum, for lack of a better term, because they're having like unwell thoughts. It's not like they're actually meaning to do someone harm. They just can't handle like being a fucking adult. Like, if you actually sit down and heard some of the reasons why people actually commit themselves, it's because their boss is mean to them. It's because they didn't get enough hugs as a child. Like, you also have to take into account that we live in such a bubble wrap society that when someone goes into an insane asylum, it's not 1984 where it's fucking Nurse Ratched and the only cure for them is being having the pokey in their frontal brain area.
Right. But I would argue that's what we need to go back to.
But to the point is you're assigning that he should have known better when hell we got a bunch of people that don't go into the mental health system because they don't want to be ostracized, and you got plenty of people that should be in there that aren't, and plenty of people that are that shouldn't.
Mm-hmm. And
but
hold
on, I just want to finish on this. You're asserting the wrong standard on him for assuming that because she was in a mental institution that leaving her alone with the kids was a false or was a bad move. Now, in hindsight, yes, it was because of obviously what happened, but hindsight is 2020.
Yeah, and that's another thing I was going to say is that basically everything that you described there is pure speculation. Like, how do we know that he could have known? Like, you don't know, especially when
he's
someone
married to her.
And he obviously didn't anticipate she was going to strangle 3 children, and she wasn't just fresh out of a mental institution. She was technically released from it. Like, the doctor said, you're free to go. So how would he have known that she wasn't better? And like,
if you're married to someone and living with them, I'm pretty sure you have a better insight on what's going through that person's head than some random quack.
And to your point,
better does not mean that it's like culpability. Like, how could you have, like, you see this especially like on the suicide front. A lot of people will commit themselves to death. Yeah, unaliving themselves, and then you'll hear it from everyone and anyone, including spouses and close friends, that they didn't see it coming. When you have outbursts like these, like, any sane person is going to hide it as much as they can, which again only goes to the fact that she is completely sane and responsible for her actions. But yeah, it's pure speculation, and it sounds again like you're diminishing her agency in these acts, which is completely wrong. You can't hold the husband responsible at all. And earlier you said that he was 4% responsible.
And I don't know, maybe there's a lack of communication here or something, but you're not getting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that she is 100% responsible. This is 100% on her. However, being married to somebody, you have to know at least some of what's going through their head. My wife can finish my sentences. I can finish her sentences. I know everything there is to know about my wife, and she knows everything there is to know about mine.
Maybe their relationship wasn't as good as yours is.
That doesn't relieve the
the
guilt. That doesn't relieve him of the responsibility. So I gotta ask, who do we attribute to the problems that we're dealing with today? What did we say earlier? Feminism, right? Who allowed feminism to happen?
Men,
right? So how do you consider that he doesn't have any culpability when she has been on record saying that she was thinking about hurting her children?
Well, hold on.
So I got to kind of side with Dave here a little bit and say that he does have a little bit of culpability here. A little bit.
Well, hold on.
Maybe not much.
Hold on. How old is he?
Fucking father.
Exactly. It's your responsibility to protect them from anything.
Yeah, it's 100% his responsibility against anyone, including their mother.
Exactly. So,
wait, hold on.
Ahead.
In regards to his responsibility for feminism, how old is he?
We talking about
just
Patrick?
Give me a decade. Yeah. Because unless he's like 60, 70 years old, half the work that was done to make this possible with feminism.
No. You're not.
You're taking my
Tater's.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Tater's not saying that he's responsible.
They
for
weren't
feminism.
married anymore. What are you
what
talking
he's
about,
saying
Grant?
is that we are responsible as the men of the
they were
house.
Married when she murdered.
To dictate what goes on in our house, to know what's going on in our house, and to protect everybody that's in our house.
Yeah.
Including against the people in our house.
In the house.
Just to,
feminism
foreign or
is
domestic.
What's turned us away from that.
Just to clarify, that line of logic started with who is responsible for feminism? Men.
Right.
And so, but from that, men as a whole are, yes, responsible, but is he, even though he is a man, is he responsible for everything that feminism has done? Is he responsible for the actions that
we're not saying that he is.
I know I'm reaching, but there needed to be clarification because of the way that you laid out the initial argument on that.
I think you misunderstood the initial argument is what it boils down to, because I'm not saying that he has anything to do with feminism. he has something to do with his wife being in the wrong because she's on record saying, I've had thoughts of hurting my children. And at that point in time, as a responsible father, I'd have been like, well, you're not getting them back until you get some help. So I'll see you in a couple years, probably, when that doctor tells me that you're good to go, right?
All right, I don't give a fuck who calls the cops on me. I don't care. I don't care who's calling the cops on me. I have the paperwork in my hand to show them, hey, look, this is all the times that she's been locked up for saying she's going to do this, that, or the other, and in a insane asylum. These are the 400 different medications she's on. This is everything that's going on in our lives. Any police officer in his right mind is going to go, okay, this, what the laws actually boil down to, most police officers will tell you this, is that they cannot do shit unless there is a custody agreement.
Right.
Unless there is some type of custody order.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to clear up because I wasn't aware of like the little bit of certain aspect of what was known beforehand.
Sure.
In where I was coming on a little strong on that was because you've got all these Candace Owens types that want to make him 100% responsible for their death and not her.
Right. And that's what we want to make sure we're clear on. We're not saying that. We're not indicating, we're not defending her in any way, shape, or form at all. We're just starting to call out the men where its culpability is to be taken to. Because he did.
Yeah, let me be totally clear.
Go ahead, Dave.
Let me be totally clear. This bitch was crazy. Or possessed, or what? I don't know. I don't know what the hell she was, but there was something wrong with her, and she needs to be locked up for the rest of her life, or taken in front of a firing squad, or put through a wood chipper. I don't really care which. My point is that she's clearly done wrong, and she needs to be held responsible for it. Right. However, if we go back and we say, oh, well, the man didn't do anything wrong, he did everything perfect, he's golden, then that's giving him an out just as much as these crazy women on that are standing outside of the courthouse for her are. Like it's the same.
If I could square that circle, what you're talking about is him being responsible morally, where the other side is trying to make him responsible legally.
Right.
I don't think he has any responsibility legally whatsoever.
No, not legally. No. But it goes back to the fact that if she was on record, so going to Bad Cramps Gramps, for the ones on the panel that know more about the trial than I do, he says they were divorced for 3 years. That's part of the reason why TikTokers believed the dude was responsible for unaliving them, not her, because he had moved on. As I understand it, that's not correct.
My understanding of the whole moving on thing was because this has gone back, we're in the trial phase of it. So, I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know when these
2023
unalivings occurred. Okay. My understanding is the whole argument of him moving on was after 4 months after the unalivings. He moved out of the house and had a significant other that he was living with. And it's like, all right, if you were in that position where your wife unalived your 3 children, would you not, 1, move out of the house, and 2, try to move on with your life,
Right. So again, we're going back to the fact that this happened during the time. They were not moved past each other during the unaliving. So what Bad Cramps Gramps is saying is they were divorced for 3 years during, or as I understand it, and Bad Cramps Gramps can correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, he's saying that they were divorced before the unalivings happened, and that he was basically upset. And Bad Cramps Gramps just says, fair enough. I misunderstood. Okay. So yeah, as I understand it, they were still married. He went out to do a errand for her, And if you're not married and he's doing an errand for even more reason that he's not legally culpable for it. Again, I'm not saying that he's legally, we've got to start thinking about the fact that this sets a precedence in any way, shape, or form, and we got to make sure that that precedence is set correctly. Going forward, if a man hears his wife say, my kids are a problem to me, either divorce her or figure it out for the better.
Well, wasn't the argument from Bad Cramps Gramps was that they were divorced?
Yeah, he was saying that they were divorced for 3 years before. I'm assuming he was saying that, and he, like he said, he misunderstood. So he's retracted that statement. I'm assuming he's retracted that. He's on the same page, and this is part of the reason why I want to have the conversation with Vosh, because he's been doing a decent amount of research on this trial from the beginning. I don't know exactly how we got on this conversation now, but it's okay. I'm okay with talking about it. I think it needs a lot more press than it's getting. Everybody's like, oh, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. It's exactly what we need to be talking about because you don't want to talk about it. It's a shitty subject. And I'm not going to lie, but that's what Tater Nation is all about is hitting those rough subjects that nobody wants to tread on. But long story short, I don't want speculations. That's a big part of what I want to avoid is speculations and misunderstanding, miscommunication. So go ahead, Dave.
So according to Grok, Patrick Clancy filed for divorce in 2024. She killed the kids in 2023.
Okay. Yeah.
So
after
go ahead.
the incident.
Yep.
So my question is, Bosch, you would probably know better on this. I'm not super up to date on the court documents, but Dave said that she had admitted to having violent thoughts about the children before the incident.
Yeah.
The last I heard, there was violent thoughts specifically about the kids mentioned to him or to the doctors, or
that's a good question.
Well, that's actually something that the TikTok moms have been pinning on is that at one point he says, no, she didn't mention any violent thoughts towards the children. But then later he says that she did mention it. Well, the issue that the TikTok moms have about that is that the questions were phrased in a way about time periods. So at a certain time period, she did not say anything about having violent thoughts towards her children. But just before, when she was admitted, or when she admitted herself to the Women and Infants facility, she was telling doctors that she had thoughts of harming the children, but she didn't have a plan. And that's what made it non-actionable. So she actually even called the suicide hotlines, and they said the same thing. You don't have a plan, so we can't really help you. So if she had described their plan, if she had described her plan and admitted to having a plan, they probably would have done something.
So was he aware? Would he have been aware? Because that sounds like it was talked to doctors, which would be patient confidentiality, and then it was talked to on the suicide hotline. Which how would he have been made aware of that?
Yes, he was made aware of it because it was disclosed to her then husband, Patrick Clancy, around December of 2022. She told him she was having intrusive thoughts about hurting the kids, or them suffering some ailment so she could be let off.
Yeah, it was actually disclosed to Patrick by Lindsay and her. I think it was either Lindsay's mom. I think it was Lindsay's mom was there and also heard that. Yeah,
now,
and at that point, Lindsay was actually climbing into bed with her own mother like she was a child. But seriously, yes, she is very mentally unstable at this point, but she was still very much aware of what she was doing.
Now, Voshman, is the
testimony.
TikTok mob, are they accusing him of actually committing the unalivings, or are they saying
you be willing to understand where we're coming from
as a proxy?
Thank you very much for being here.
No, the TikTok mom mafia, they're basically trying to say that he's the one that did it, or made it look like she did it, and then did it himself. And if you look at the timeline, there's literally no physical way he could have done it.
No, they're trying to say that the time frame doesn't add up, that he wasn't at CVS when he was supposed to, and that he went back between the two. But if there was 10 minutes spent on each one, he didn't have 30 minutes of downtime between the two stores. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, he was literally away from his house for 50 to 55 minutes.
Because his house was 20 minutes away from the CVS or whatever, right?
Right. Yeah.
Well, I think it was somewhere around there.
I think it was like
but he
4
goes
or
to
5 or
CVS
something.
first, and then
that's it. Yeah.
He goes to CVS first, and then she calls this restaurant 3V and places a takeout order, basically extending
Keep him
the
out of
time
the house
that he
more.
would be away.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a record of her looking up Google Maps like drive times between all the places he was going and where she was sending him. So it really does look like she was deliberately
I have to agree,
making him go out of his way so that he would be gone longer, so that she would have time to do what she wanted to do.
And to answer the previous question, trial testimony reports document that Lindsay Clancy disclosed having intrusive thoughts about harming her children in the months before, all the way up to January of 2022.
Yep.
So it's like a fucking year before.
And that's what concerns me, is the fact that it was a year before. And like I said, I would have taken him out. And that's why I say years, right? I'll see you in a couple of years.
No, it couldn't have been that. It couldn't have been 2022 because the youngest was only 8 months, and she didn't start having the symptoms until after he was born. Yeah, Callan. After Callan was born, he was only 8 months old when she.
When you say symptoms, didn't she have postpartum with all 3 of her kids?
No, no. She was perfectly fine with the first one. The second one, she had a little bit of baby blues, but nothing like that needed medical attention.
Gotcha.
And then the third one is when she started having trouble.
And I understand.
Go
ahead, Dave.
When was the third one born?
Well, backtrack 8 months from
2023.
From January 24th, 2023. Backtrack 8 months: January, December, November.
So June, July,
March,
April.
June, July.
No, it would be
I think
May.
March,
April.
Yeah,
March,
no,
April.
It was May.
Yeah.
It was May.
May.
Yeah, I'll have to commit that one to memory too.
I don't math well, and I got that as a potato.
I really don't
around.
math well.
Hey, potato clock is right twice.
That's right. Anyway, sorry. Dave,
you're kind of right. I did misspeak. It was months before the killing. This was disclosed in January.
That I agree with you, Grants,
2023.
110%.
Yeah,
that's why I'm
But
hitting this.
the actual thoughts themselves and admitting of the thoughts themselves, and the father finding out about them thoughts, is around December of 2022.
Right, and that's when she got admitted to the Women and Infants facility.
And that would have been right after.
As soon as he found out anything like that, that's.
Well, all right. How long was she in the facility?
Out about it, and then he sent her to the facility right after he found out.
5 days she was in that facility.
She was there for 5 days, and then 19 days later, did the thing.
All right, so just real quick, that kind of reevaluates my calculus on the whole, like, he should have known. Yes, she made statements, and he should have protected his kids. But going back to the idea of the mental health system that we have, it's one of those things that if she's only in there for 5 days, there's 2 issues there.
Thank you,
One,
Homestead,
if
for that.
she's in there for 5 days and then unalives them, why the hell was she only in there for 5 days? But also, like, if she's only in there for 5 days, it kind of, like, if you're, like, if you have a sibling or something like that they seek mental health and they're only in the institute for 5 days, you don't think that, like, they're gonna make national news with their bad decisions.
Yeah, like if you get released from mental
not really
had to be committed and then was released. My first thought wouldn't be, oh, she's still a danger. My first thought would be, well, the doctors evaluated her and they sent her home. So it must not be that big of a deal.
No.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
well,
Dave.
the doctors there at that facility even told the father, even told Patrick that the facility was releasing her because she needed to go to a better
more
facility that was
extensive
equipped
facility.
for that. They determined that she was
just
not
needed to go to a different
postpartum.
one.
She needed they determined she was bipolar type 2, or she was being overly medicated and experiencing these things because of the medications. They definitely informed Patrick at the time. So I gotta agree there. He should have done something more. But
you said he was informed that she probably
Nurse
had
Ratchet.
bipolar or a drug problem, not that she was an immediate danger to anyone.
Right. But they also
She
thought
was
that she
obviously
wasn't
an
in
immediate
danger
danger
because she was having intrusive
That's
thoughts,
retrospective
but wasn't
speculation.
forming a plan. No, that was at the time of her release. They said that
I was replying to Dave.
They didn't believe. Oh, I'm sorry. They believed that she wasn't a danger because she didn't have a plan, which is just dumb.
Yeah, that's the only reason they were saying that she wasn't dangerous. Is because she didn't have a formulated plan. But she had already admitted by that point to the mom and to the husband and to the doctors that she was having intrusive thoughts about either harming her children or her children coming down with some kind of illness, whatever. Point being is she was already having these thoughts and everybody fucking knew about it. Dad should have done something. Morally, he should have done something. Legally, no, but he's not legally responsible, but morally, yeah, he should have done something.
Yeah. You never expect someone that you marry and have 3 kids with to even be capable of something like that.
As much as I understand and agree with you on Steph,
now in retrospect, we're all going to look at it and say, if you see your wife acting like this, immediately call the cops. But if you had the same conversation 3 months ago, or I guess it was 3 years ago now, if we had the same conversation 3 years ago, what would we be saying to each other? We'd be saying, every parent has some type of trouble post, having kids. Like, my kids annoy me every now and then, and I think about throwing them in their room or chucking them across the room. But it's like, I never thought that was an actionable statement until I heard about this trial a week ago. So again, I'm like, yes, he by definition failed as a father because his kids are now gone, but are we really going to go up to him and say that to him? We're going to say, you failed as a father. This is your fault. You are morally culpable for this. We would never say that to him directly. And that's kind of what I'm getting at here is, yeah, you sometimes you just fail as a father. Sometimes things happen and your kids are gone. They're taken from you. But like, if he was out of the house and a robber broke in and took out his kids that way, we wouldn't be saying, oh, he failed morally as a father because he should have been there. He should have done something. He should have known. Like, sometimes you just don't know.
Have a dog.
That as
prepare your kids,
I would be
prepare
saying
your wife.
exactly that.
Yeah, I would probably.
Yeah,
be too.
I would be saying no. He should have been taking her to the gun range. He should have had a fucking 12 gauge in the house. He should have done XXXXX. No, that's not true. I would have been saying all that stuff. And your other point about, oh well, we all have these thoughts about, hating our kids and this and that, whatever.
Probably true though.
But not all of our wives are admitted to mental hospitals. Not all of our wives are having intrusive thoughts about hurting our children. Most of our wives couldn't even fathom the thought. And I've actually had this conversation with my wife because she works in mental health, that we've kind of went over it, but we've talked about it, and we're like, no, if there's, and this was like a year or two after we got married, so 14 years ago, and we've talked about it, and we've told each other, no, if there is something going on in my head that's not right, you get those kids and you beat feet out the fucking door, call 911, do whatever you got to do. The kids come first, and then you worry about getting that person some help.
They're unable to protect themselves. We have to protect them, regardless of what it is from. And
you're what you're saying about the whole, well, we wouldn't go up to them on the street. Yeah, we wouldn't go up to most people on the street that have done
I hear that
something
Gramps.
wrong. Like,
I hear that.
Even if I was to see fucking, I don't know, Destiny walking down the street, I probably wouldn't go out of my way and go up and say, "Hey, you're a piece of shit, and I hate you."
I would have.
Well, I might. Yeah, that one's kind of a.
I'm talking like in a casual
I
passing,
might
but, like,
actually do that with him.
We wouldn't have this conversation in front of him or around him, or if he knew we were talking about him. Like, if we knew he was here in the chat listening in, we wouldn't be saying this to his face. Is kind of the point I'm making, because it sounds
because we want to be nice.
I was going to say, this is where the nice and the kind deviation comes in.
Now,
as far as I'm concerned,
you're just kind of excusing the behavior.
It's preparing him for the future. If you just say, "Well, you did everything right," and we're not going to point out the issues.
If you think
he's not going to be physically harmed.
If you think he's done something wrong, you should say that to his face. Like, that's especially around his kids. Like, you think he is morally responsible for his kids dying, and you're not going to tell that to him. That seems like important information that you as a Christian should share with him.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I would. I'm not sure why you're...
You just said you wouldn't. You just said that would be polite.
I said I would. I would definitely tell him straight to his face.
No. You said that it would be nice not to tell him. We're saying that, that's nice not to tell him. That doesn't mean I wouldn't tell him. Everybody in this Discord can tell you how much of an asshole I am.
I misheard that. I thought you guys said you were going to be nice by not telling.
No.
Wait, are we talking? Are we still talking about the father? Or are we talking about Destiny?
No one ever talks about Destiny willingly for any more than they have to.
Hold on, real quick. So, Holmes said in the chat, she says, "To be fair to the husband, the father, it's hard to believe that the mother of your kids could do something so horrible." Now, like I mentioned to her, maybe I'm just an asshole, but I don't care who it is. If she says something about my kids, I could have been with her for 30 years. I'm taking them and I'm running as fast as I fucking can to make sure that those kids are safe, because they can't protect
go ahead,
themselves.
Call the cops.
Yeah. So
go ahead and call the cops. Find me, motherfucker. I don't care. I'm protecting my kids over going to jail. I don't give a fuck about that.
When I say this, I don't think anyone's been out of line, but it's one of those things that, like, the other guy, Shankfest, and myself, I think we've been making a couple of statements where it's out of ignorance because we haven't been following the cases closely.
That's fair.
So we've been granting grace where we don't know particulars, and I don't think anyone's been out of line on, No,
absolutely not. I see where you guys are coming from. Like, I don't think we should take any blame away from the mother. Like, she is
not legally,
and that's 100% evil. Yeah, I do believe
and
that
she
she's
was
100%
mentally sound.
evil.
There's no
and she's 100% mentally sound.
Exactly.
She's a crazy bitch, but she's also mentally sound.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, in that case, I would actually take that again and throw it back in your face. I really struggle with the idea of the father has any culpability here, or any blame.
Well, of
morally
course you would, because you're a man.
That's why I keep coming
and
back
men have
to
to
this.
stand together. But unfortunately, we have to take a culpability at some point. We have
I'm going to throw this back at you. You guys just said she's completely sane. She was completely had all of her own faculties. So why again would you say, well, he should have known better and taken the kids away from her? You just said she was completely within her faculties insane. Like, she was crazy, but she was still sane.
Bro, you just said it yourself. You said, well, you guys are Christians, so you have this moral. Yeah, we have fucking morals. You're absolutely right. And we do hold people morally responsible. And that motherfucker
doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, sure, he's somewhat of a victim, but he is also morally responsible.
Yeah, he's more of a victim than she is, that's for
children.
sure. And she's more culpable than he is. But again, if men are to blame for feminism and feminism is to blame for the issues that we're having, then men need to start taking some culpability. And this isn't any different. For the future men in the chat or ever see this video, they need to be taking note of this. If they ever hear their wife say anything, it took their... Vosh, you'll be able to tell me better on how long it was since she reported it and did it, but get them out of the house. Get them out away from your kids.
It was at least a fucking year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a long fucking time. So
I thought it was under 8 months.
The baby, well, that's what I'm saying. I guess not a year, half a year. The baby was 8 months old. She started having these intrusive thoughts right after the baby was born, or so she says. So why the fuck did it take 8 months for this to come to a head?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why the defense is in a bit of a pickle right now, because postpartum happens between 6 and 8 weeks after the birth. Once it's past 6 to 8 weeks,
Exactly.
it's no longer considered postpartum. It's something else.
Yeah. Psychopathy.
I do think, yeah.
Anyway,
well,
real quick before
I do think.
Hold on, Bosh, sorry. Dinner's been ready for a minute. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. You guys continue on with the conversation. I just don't like dipping out and being like people like, "Ooh, where'd he go?" So I'll be back. Do you guys have any questions or anything for me before I leave? Okay.
Irish goodbye is the best goodbye.
Fair enough.
Oh, you would say that, Dave.
Yeah, I would.
But no, I do think that this is a very important point, that we do call it out and say, yeah, no, he should have done something more. He should have done, he should have gotten his kids out of there, and he is a little bit responsible for that. But I think it's important because, like, men that are in custody situations right now, even, new fathers, they need to be paying attention in this case. Even married men that don't have kids yet, they need to see if these women have any sympathies for Lindsay Clancy, and if they do, fucking run. Like, that's not somebody you want to be raising your children. That's not somebody who you want to be continuing their genetic line.
Well, it's too late.
When I told my wife about this, the first thing she said was, "The fucking crazy bitch." Like, she actually got mad, and that's the response you should be seeing from, if you're dating or if you're looking around or whatever. That's the response they should have. Is they should be angry at this woman for. And that's another thing, is that we keep saying that, like, and I understand why, because I'm doing it too. We keep beating around the bush and not wanting to say what she did. But I think it's kind of important that we say what she did.
Oh, I was avoiding for, like, terms of service.
Yeah, trying to keep the TO. Well,
it's very graphic.
I think it might actually be. Yeah, I think it might actually be a TOS issue, but more importantly for me, it's hard for me to even put to words, because it's just so fucked up.
And
I know, and that's kind of what I'm saying, is that I know it's super fucked up, and I personally don't like it coming out of my mouth either. But, like, sometimes the shock factor is kind of what you need. She did what she did. Those little kids weren't just. It wasn't just a little kid. It wasn't just some little kid. It was these little kids had. These were. I don't know how to explain it. These were actual little human beings. Like this, that was an actual baby. Just like the baby I've held, just like the baby most fathers have held. Like,
if the hearing about it doesn't trigger a visceral response inside you, maybe you should go and see a doctor. Basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it is
Speaking of
remarkable how.
I'll be right back.
Okay, Vosh.
Dropping like flies out here.
Vosh, he had one of his kids wake up.
Yeah, my kid's been doing the same thing lately. Someone saying something?
I was just saying, here we thought Casey Anthony was a fluke. Turns out Casey Anthony was a trendsetter.
Yeah, no shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, women are prone to social. What's the term for it? It's not social virus, social contagions like that. Like every time you see a disastrous social thing flood a society, it's always women that are the primary instigators and spreaders of such things like self-harm, your wrists, your legs, that stuff. That was always a female thing. Binging and purging, anorexia, obesity, all kind of driven by women at the same time.
I think that has a lot to do with the fact that it's this whole sisterhood mentality. They think that the sisterhood has to stick together, and the sisterhood has to stick up for each other, and maybe it's conscious, maybe it's subconscious, but
I think it's
almost like they think
thing.
Yeah, I think it is too.
Yeah, because it's well documented that women are more susceptible to negative emotion on their. If you give the personality trait to women, they will show up. I forget what the name of the term is called, but it's sensitivity to negative emotion. They will be consistently more sensitive to it, and women as a whole, being the less physically stout gender, they have to be more socially aware, more socially attuned, inclined, and they have to rely on things like group behavior, group acceptance. You can't drop a woman off in the middle of the woods and have her be fine. She has to have a society around her. And so
and that kind of makes sense. If you think about it, that kind of makes sense, because and I know most of the guys I know don't really give a shit about what people think. Like,
yeah, that's a very common thing for me to say.
Yeah, like most men just, if you don't like me, okay, that's just it's just we don't care as much as women do. Women really, really care if somebody else likes them. That's why they do the makeup and the fancy clothes and all that stuff.
By the way,
they gotta be liked.
That trait is neuroticism. I finally remembered it. Women are more neurotic, which you hear all the time.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And another thing to remember is, was it like 1 in 3 or 1 in 2 women are on some type of psychological medication? And basically, as far back as psychology has been a field, that's been the standard, is women are always being prescribed something for some reason.
3 if you count box wine.
Well, if alcohol counts medication, then we're all on medication.
It's actually 1 in 6.
Is it 1 in 6?
Yeah, it's 1 in 6.
That kind of makes me wonder, is that
1 in 3 liberal women?
I would say 3 out of 3.
1 in 1 liberal women. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that just means that the other 5 out of 6 women are going unmedicated.
Right? Those are the ones with the Clancy hearing.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder, is that because women run that field? Like, it's all it's not all, but
psychology started long before women were, but it started before the 19th, so it started out as a male-dominated field. You see these problems arise from any field that has become female-dominated, but that's like it's inherent to psychology. Yeah, it's inherent to the field of social science, because women themselves are the social aspect of mankind. If you really break it down, not exactly that, but you get my point. Do you?
Ironically, I'm just seeing this in the side chat about addictionhelp.com, the history of meth. Kind of ironic to spot that just now.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. We were talking about that, I think it was last week. Elric and who was it? Oh, Elric and Avarice were going back and forth about. It started on the trans thing and trailed off into like the history of meth. It was a bizarre conversation.
The reason why I brought it up is because there's a big image on the side of it and says addictionhelp.com. And it's like, tell me that isn't apt for what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Just addiction help. Like, how many SSRIs, all that shit.
Yeah. SSRIs are basically, it's really hard to think of what we'd do even if we reinstated insane asylums, because if you look at any psychological literature and like double-blind studies and the repeatability of those double-blind studies, the effectiveness of basically any medication is a crapshoot. So the idea that you can prove someone's improving via medication and not, you know, maybe it's just the therapy that they're doing, maybe it's the environment that they've been put into that changes the behavior, because a lot of problems that people have is actually environmentally driven, not
and a lot of it you
that's
can't control for.
Yeah. And so the ability to repeat the results of a psychological study or medication is darn near impossible. It's one of the biggest like not smoking guns, but like boogeyman of psychology as a field. Yeah, is that it's more or less all smoke and mirrors. They can't reprove it, almost any of this. The only thing they really proven is that IQ is real, and the 5 personality traits. You can kind of prove that. I think that's it.
And on the SSRIs, we all need to put a quarter in the Alex Jones was right jar.
I don't watch Alex Jones. I don't know what he said.
He was talking about SSRIs starting this shit long before any of us knew what the fuck SSRIs were.
Well, that was probably before I was born then.
Without doxing yourself, can you give us a borderline?
Under 30? Old enough to have 2 kids?
Before or after
so somewhere in your 20s.
I cannot remember where I was on 9/11, but I was somewhere.
Okay, that makes sense.
I have a little brother that came post 9/11.
Oh, okay.
All right, on your date of birth, does it start with a 1 or a 2? The year?
A 1. It does start with a 1.
Oh, it does. Okay, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're like right around my niece's age, I would say. not just dandy.
Yeah. So what were we talking about besides me? I know I'm the most important.
Besides you making us all feel old.
Yeah.
I'm not making you feel old. You're making yourself feel old. I mean, you got gray in the beard.
My hips making me feel old.
Yeah, I do.
Where's my walker?
My buddy was talking to me the other day, and he was like, "Well, I usually pluck the gray out of my beard," and I'm like, "Dude, if I did that, I would look ridiculous."
You could have only half a beard left.
Yeah,
I got this story. So most of the people I work with at my job are like in their mid 30s, 40s, 50s, because I work in corporate engineering type stuff. So a lot of old
just
people.
Linked mid 30s to 40s and 50s. Thank you very much.
Yeah. They're all prehistoric by my standards. You know, pre-internet people.
People that went and played outside. We knew what a fucking ball was.
I know what a ball is. It's one of those, you see one on FIFA soccer every year. Make a new one.
Thank you for proving my point.
I see him on the TV all the time.
Yeah. Anyways, but
you don't even see him on the TV. You see him on the computer all the
time. Yeah. I have this story I like to tell all of them when, what was it? So it was a little while ago now, because I'm getting pretty old too. But I was like, I turned 26 a while ago, and I could just feel I was old when I woke up. I was like, I woke up one day, and all of a sudden, one day I woke up and I was 26, and I had to start sleeping 6 hours a night instead of 4. And I was like, dude, I'm going downhill from here. Just put me in the assisted living facility already. And then, they give me the reaction you guys are.
Perfect timing for a potato to come back.
Yeah, Potato's old too.
The Potato-verse.
we're talking about
how old you guys are.
Yeah, we're talking about how old all of us are and how young this little whippersnapper is.
We were talking about how we're going to put Shankfest in timeout.
Yeah. Gonna put me in diapers or something? I don't know. I'm good for another topic. I think we said a lot on Clancy, and I'd have to do more research if I'm going to argue more. I still dispute that position that he can be held at fault, but I can't think of. I would have to articulate that somewhere off stream first and come back with some ammo.
I think honestly, it comes more from a feelings aspect than it does like an argumentative point. It comes from
appreciate it.
Like you, and it's a valid feeling. Don't get me wrong, because you just don't want to give this bitch any out. You don't want anybody else to have any responsibility other than her, and I totally understand that. I also, it's like 110% thing. She is 100% responsible, but he's also got a couple percentage points in there too.
Yeah.
So
I can see where you guys are coming from on it.
Yeah,
I
watched both.
And again, yeah, it is feeling mostly because I haven't actually looked into it too deeply. I've been just busy with work and stuff. But I feel like there is something in there. I would just have to dig into it and come back.
And also, there's so much shit. There's always something that everyone is deep in the weeds about arguing in. Like, you can't have a life, have a job.
Hey, Marcelary, have you been here the whole time?
Every single detail about
I don't know.
every single topic that's in the public eye nowadays.
No, I went to college in my 20s. I know everything already.
Yeah.
Well, so Voshmit and I are going to have an interview together on this subject since he's been doing the most research on it, just one-on-one, so that all the information gets put out. Nobody can interrupt it. So Political, if you'd like to join in on that after panel, after we've visited and he's exposed all of the facts that he has, if you'd like to dig into it, of course, by all means, go for it. But if you'd like to join the panel after that,
that's supposed to be.
Feel free to.
Yeah, that sounds great.
That's supposed to be Sunday.
That would be exactly what I would need. When are you guys doing that?
It's a great question.
That is a good question. Yeah, I've been meaning to get with Vosh to figure out when his schedule is going to be available for it. So,
all right.
So if I could put my 2 cents in there, I would say
it might be this Sunday if Vosh is up for it.
Well, what I was going to say, unlike the Candace Owens and Andrew debate, I personally think that debate and or this conversation we're talking about should be happening after trial, post-trial. Therefore, all the facts are out there. Therefore, you can't say, oh, well, the evidence, the state just has
post-trial today.
Right,
yeah,
we are post-trial. Yeah,
they just went to jury.
We did the closings today. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I want to have it now.
Oh, okay.
That's why I wasn't necessarily planning on talking about it tonight. I don't mind talking about it, and I'm glad that we had a conversation. It went really well, as far as I'm concerned. I just wanted to make sure that we have all of as much facts as Voshmit has. And anybody else, again, if anybody would like to dig into the story and do their due diligence like Vosh has done, anyone is welcome to be part of that discussion. But if you don't have any actual facts, please be part of the after panel and you can voice your opinions and your speculations all you want in the after panel, and we'll discuss anything at that point.
I'll get a poster board and start putting up string on it.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Have you been looking in my room?
I need something to procrastinate working on my car.
Well, and also, no one here was like, to compare it to the Candace Owens debate, no one here is like, the father needs to be dragged into jail and.
Thank you, more salary.
I
appreciate you listening while you're cleaning.
Candace was saying.
Appreciate the engagement while I can get you.
I appreciate no offense to Tater, but there's
offense taken. I'm kidding.
You're welcome.
I'm kidding.
It's apples and oranges.
You said what you said.
For there to be like the kind of conversation, you could have the exact same conversation here. There's only going to be a handful of people that see it versus where that one was
millions upon millions.
Yeah.
Millions and millions. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
and I think it's honestly better to have it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think it's honestly, I think it's better to have it on like a smaller community like this, because in the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson sphere, people are so scared of saying how they feel or like saying what they think or whatever if they don't have the absolute 100% facts behind it, because they don't want someone to clip it and they don't want someone to and I can understand it to a certain extent, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I like the fact that it's in a smaller community like this, because you're not as worried about Fox or CNN or Candace Owens or whoever getting a hold of it and clipping you out of context.
Right.
Well, this is a little bit of an ad hom on both sides, but a lot of them they're not afraid to say what they think. They just don't have a thought. They're just parroting what Candace said or what Andrew said. You know.
If you guys saw the debate on Vic's channel last night, that's exactly what happened. These guys were talking about how, so it was Cool Vic and Dragon Fist. Yeah, Cool Vic and Dragon Fist against some fucking Candace Owen dipshit people, and the Candace Owen dipshit people were saying, "Oh, well, we don't follow Candace Owens. We're right wing. We don't like Candace Owens. She's an idiot," and blah blah blah. However, when they were pressed on, give me some sembling of evidence, any evidence whatsoever, they couldn't do it. They did a whole bunch of assertions. They spurred a lot. They freaked the fuck out a lot, but they couldn't actually give any form of evidence whatsoever. So a lot of people want to say that they're not parroting Candace Owens, but even if you're not parroting Candace Owens, your rhetoric is the exact same. So it doesn't really matter if you're parroting or not.
So there's another group of people that I talk to that are in a similar sphere as this, and they're normies for the most part, but like they're somewhat politically involved, like as we are, but the majority of the group doesn't follow either Andrew or Candace, but there was a huge argument going on there. Like the majority of them were in Candace's camp, and the reason why I say that is I don't think like they're actually like they don't need Candace to have an argument. What's doing the heavy lifting is distrust of government.
Yeah, I think what's happening is that all of the left, the entire left side of the political hemisphere, and all of the pussy libertarians that can't stand behind for what they think, what they believe, are all siding with Candace because there's this if you're going with the state's narrative, then you're saying that the state and whatever did their job. If you're going with the opposing narrative, Andrews if you're going with the state's narrative, you got to say that the government did their job. If you're going with Candace's narrative, then you got to say that the government sucks and blah blah blah. So I think all of the left and all of the fence-sitting libertarians are all going with the Candace Owens narrative.
Is this a big thing on the left wing side? I haven't heard much from any of them. I think maybe a couple of clips from Hassan or Destiny, but for the most part, they seem the only thing I hear from them is good riddance and dancing on his grave type stuff. I don't hear them arguing who actually did it or if he's guilty.
Yeah. So Candace Owen went on. She's actually working with the Young Turks now to get more evidence or whatever, but she's going on their show all the time.
By evidence, do you mean money?
The Young Turks, yeah. It's the Young Turks. There was there was a couple of really big names. I'm drawing a blank now, but there was a couple of really big names that were backing Candace's side, and that was part of the argument that so I was watching Easy's Open Purge last night, and Open Panel Purge, and he was going on to panels, and he was making this argument. I don't know if it was last night, actually. It might have been the one before that. Anyway, he was making the argument that if, I don't know, he's probably going to hate me for not stating his argument correctly, but from what I understood of it, it was basically if everybody from the left is siding with you, shouldn't that be some kind of red flag if you're helping the left? If the left is gaining popularity because of this narrative, shouldn't that be some kind of red flag? Shouldn't you just shut the fuck up until the actual trial is over instead of just speculating on what you think Israel did?
Well, those are actually kind of words we should all live by. Like, on most stuff, we should really shut the fuck up on it until we have, like, an actual idea about what's actually happening instead of just jawing off about this good, that bad.
Yep.
Pokemon bad.
That's why I try to not.
Sometimes it's a little easier to make the just to go straight there and be right, but sometimes it's one of those things like there is such a thing as nuance.
Yeah, that's exactly why I try not to be the first one on the story. Usually, there's been a couple of stories I've jumped the gun on and then regretted it afterwards, such as the Candace Owens and Andrew debate. I covered that the weekend after, and then after that, I've been hearing a lot of different things that I wish I would have been able to give my 2 cents on in the time of covering it. And then I didn't even cover the whole thing and all that good jazz. But long story short, I try not to jump on the stories too soon. For that reason, we need to be making sure we're gathering the information. And the story is usually between the 2 stories, right? There's Candace's story, and then there's Andrew's story, and the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, which nobody's ever going to find out because of Candace Owens at this point. But we won't go there, right? Anyway, go ahead, Dave.
And I think that's what a lot of the non-Candace supporters, I guess,
right?
The ones that are saying that Tyler Robinson was responsible for this, I think that's what a lot of them are arguing, is that not that, yes, Tyler is 100% guilty, but that and that he was the only one there. He was a lone gunman. There was no help. There was no nothing. Blah blah blah. I don't think that's what anybody's arguing. Everybody's more so arguing that if you're saying blatantly that Israel or the French Foreign Legion or his wife, Erica Kirk,
right?
If you're gonna say that one of them had something to do with this, then you better have the fucking evidence to back it up.
Yeah, and not this drip BS of, oh well, I presented it on my channel, on my podcast, so I have the evidence. You just got to go find it and give me the views. No, you got to give it to us in real time right now if you have it. And she didn't during that debate.
Well, now
I think that I think we're arguing kind of.
Potato, I gotta go to bat for you because, all right, anyone that gave you shit on that, they need to back the fuck off, because you.
Apparently, it's time for me to go to bed.
Apparently.
Anyway, Bandit, what were you saying?
Now we know who's the oldest.
Bosh has a bedtime.
Is it really your alarm to go to bed?
Yeah.
Yes, but I frequently ignore it.
That's funny. Anyway,
but
we'll
that's
wrap
why
up here
I have to frequently kick you out of the stream room.
Right. Sorry, Bandit. Go ahead, Bandit.
Oh yeah. The one criticism that I have of it was
Hey,
that
Hillbilly,
you
good to
didn't
see you.
finish
Good to see
the debate. Now that everything else being said, it was one of those things that you were covering the debate itself, like not the actual.
Oh,
it wasn't
the
like
trial?
you were going to bat for. Yeah, it wasn't. You weren't arguing. That was. It was one of those things. Was the dumbest part. There was a meta argument. There was the like, is he a patsy? Did the guy really do it? And then there's the whole meta debate about a lot of people were going to blows about, oh well, Andrew won, well, Candace won. It's like I don't give a crap about that. I don't like the arguments that they were making. Like Candace can be wrong about every fucking thing on there, and Andrew still lose.
Sure.
You know, it's all about how it's presented, where your point of view is, what your goal going into that debate is.
And I think Andrew succeeded in his goal. I think he succeeded in his goal going into that debate. His goal, what he said his goal was to let Candace talk and let her prove that she has no evidence for the illicit claims that she has made. She has made claims stating that Erica Kirk is in on it. She has made claims stating that Israel or the French Foreign Legion had something to do with it. So if you're going to make those claims, you need the evidence to back it up. Right. Andrew was going into that debate saying, okay, you know what? I don't have to prove shit. All I have to do is say, I believe in the state's evidence. This is what it is. This is what they've come out with so far. What you're saying is the evidence is all speculation. You don't have any evidence for it whatsoever. It's just all. I feel like the Foreign Legion did this.
Just to be clear, I was making that statement as like a for instance, not. I went on Rob Norris like following to say that at that time I felt that Andrew had lost because of reactions that I was seeing, but for the purposes of that statement that I had made moments ago, I'm saying that it's one of those things that it's irrelevant whether or not you as an individual view who won or lost that debate. It's what matters is what the evidence was shown, which to that point, to your point, he won by she showed that she had no fucking evidence. But if you're let's try to grant them the best case, because we can grant them everything and they can still lose, but it's, you know, in the purposes of granting, you have to say, oh well, in this thing he didn't look so good, blah blah blah, you know.
So my question,
there is so many different points of view, and you have to.
So my question is what was the prompt for the debate that they had? Does anybody actually know?
There was two prompts. One of them, so
that's a problem.
She wouldn't agree in the contract. She would not say that she's willing to prove her evidence. Like Andrew came up, well, Andrew's team technically. I think most of it was damn it, what is his name? The lawyer dude.
Ryan Mullally?
Yeah, Ryan Mullally. I think he came up with most of the prompts. And He's a phenomenal debater, amazing attorney.
Yeah.
If you don't know him, you should definitely check out his channel. He came up with a bunch of, as far as I know, he came up with a bunch of the prompts. She denied every one of them because she specifically wanted Andrew to prove something.
Yeah.
And what the prompts boiled down to was one of the prompts for her was Andrew. The one prompt is Tyler Robinson. What was it? There is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty.
Okay.
The other prompt was there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy. So there was two different prompts that were supposed to take an hour on his prompt, an hour on her prompt, or an hour and a half. I don't remember.
So that's the problem. Where I have respect for Andrew, and Andrew won the debate, however you want to consider it, because again, the fact, like Brad Gramps in the chat says, Candy has to provide overwhelming evidence. Robinson was a patsy. Andrew was obligated to defend the state's evidence as overwhelming. He was obligated. So as he states after the fact that they demanded that he take the state's position and then denied him certain amenities that he wanted during the stream. So it is what it is. But there should never have been two prompts in a debate. It should have been two separate debates, because now they can both say, I won, because there was two different prompts. So each one can say, I won this prompt.
I won my prompt.
I won this prompt.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a fucking problem, because she needed to provide evidence. I don't give a shit about their debate. I give a shit about the trial and what's actually legal. I really, really was hoping to see some evidence to the contrary that Tyler Robinson did this shit. I'm not saying that he did. I'm not saying that he didn't. But I would have loved to see her evidence of it. That's basically all that I'm saying. And because there was two prompts allowed, now we've got the debacle that it is in being able to say definitively that Andrew won the debate. And now she can gloat and take her little high horse and continue to gain subscribers.
Well, I think that was her plan all along.
Oh, I know it was.
Is her subscriber base?
I know it was. What was that? Political?
How big is her actual base, her follower base, and what does it consist of? Because last I checked, it's mostly like the freak fringe nuts. Like, well, not necessarily Alex Jones followers, but like kind of that realm of. And I don't think they're very right wing either. Most of them are like libertarian, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because they're not left wing, because she does all the stuff in France type thing. So she's pretty alienated from the left. So one thing I've been wondering about this whole time is, why the hell does anyone on the right wing care what Candace has to say? Like, she fell off politically, like, 2 years ago, a little bit after she left the Daily Wire. Like, she's not relevant anymore to the right wing. And the fact that we're giving her all this time and attention is really what's jabbing the knife into because what Andrew likes to bring up is how much it's divided the right, Charlie Kirk's death, how much it's fractured the right, and instead of bringing us together, it's torn us apart. And the only thing I can point to in that regard is like Candace's group that is diehard on this whole conspiracy theory crap. And it's like, who cares what she thinks? Why are we even talking about her? Why are we putting up with her? Why are we giving it the time of day, the attention? Because that's what she's after. She's after the attention. Woman tactics here.
100% Gramps.
Why are we...
Well, that's
my question. Why do we care? Why are we talking about this? Because all it's doing is, by engaging with it, we're helping her.
Sorry, guys.
To answer your question, I would say we are engaging with it because depending on like what social media you're going after here, she has between 20 and 35 million subscribers. There's 7.8 on Twitter, 6.8 on YouTube, 6.3 on Instagram, and 7.2 on TikTok.
So many.
So I'd say that's probably what, like 6 million total, because you're a lot of them. It's going to be cross-platform. You're going to be subscribed to cross.
Sure, but if you've got 7 million on one platform, you've got 7 million. You can't add them all up. No, but she's got 7 million. If she has 7 million on one platform, it doesn't matter if she's got 6 million on another. She's got 7 million.
So she's got like 6 or 7 at least.
Yeah, she's got 7.
Take that.
That's a lot of fucking people.
So what I'm saying is that,
and that doesn't necessarily mean that they agree with her.
I would say
true.
I would say conservatively, she has right around, I don't know, probably 7 to 8 million, because Twitter says she has 7.81, and TikTok says she has 7.2. So that's 7 point whatever. So go in the middle. Let's say that's 7.5 million people that are listening to her spread her rhetoric.
That's fair, but it's kind of like Gramp said is in the chat. How many of those are duplicate? How many of those are alternate accounts? How many people have made 10 alternate accounts to give her some more people? Sorry, go ahead.
And again, what is the actual consistency of that base? Are we talking like, this is female podcaster territory, so we're talking like what? Single women in their mid-30s with 3 cats that drink a bottle of wine a day.
Trying to speak out.
Yeah.
Wine moms. That's what they are, wine moms.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They're not moms.
So I would say,
considering your views on Israel, we can be positive that it's not 6 million views, 6 million subscribers.
Are you questioning the 6 million?
600,000 at most.
How many pizzas does it take? I mean, how many ovens does it make? I mean, anyway. Go ahead, Dave.
I would say that she has right around 7 million subscribers, give or take.
Right.
Yes, some of them are duplicates and this and that, whatever. But regardless, she's got a pretty good fan base. Like
that's why
they're mostly wine moms. But those wine moms might be married to right-wing people, and when the right-wing people get home from work,
I can understand
they got the wine
how
moms
it was
in their ear saying,
enticing.
"Oh, well, Candace said this, and Candace said that, and Candace said this, and Candace said that." So I would, yes, they're.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't you say that's the man's fault for listening to her?
So she's the
absolutely.
air quotes, right wing, The View.
Yeah.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah.
On her.
And I'm afraid she's trying to be.
I would say,
why is she relevant? Like, why do we care? Because
to listen to women.
Well,
you don't need to push more reasons. There's plenty.
Hold on, guys. What was that, Voshmit?
I said, so what I'm hearing basically is that men have even more reason to just stop listening to women.
Well, yeah, pretty much. Who said that she wasn't relevant?
I did.
Yeah. So it's like Hillbilly in the chat says, she is not relevant. What is relevant is our nation is under attack and we are oblivious to it. That's what is important. And we're so caught up with the smokescreen of things like Candace Owens and her bullshit, instead of paying attention to what really matters, which is the constant flood in of immigration and all the other crap that we should be
birthright citizenship being upheld and things that are far more important, like the actual prosecution of the guy that killed her should be like the topic of debate, not any crap. The only time we should not talk about Candace, we should only talk about her in ridicule and humor and laughing at her, like the Andrew skits he has of Brian Shapiro. Those are lovely little animations that he puts out. That should be everything that is consistent with the subject matter that is Candace Owens. It should just be, can you believe this idiot? Can you let's drink some whiskey and have a good laugh type stuff. And that's why I think she's going on all these left-wing sources. It's not like the left agrees with her or supports her or cares about her in any way. To them, she's an Uncle Tom. She thinks, the one prime minister's wife in France is a dude in disguise or something like that. I think she had the same thing for Michael Obama.
What the hell?
That's why she almost got sued by the French Foreign Legion. She's 100% right on Michael, but the French Foreign Legion, she backed off of that real quick when they said, okay, cool, but you can say whatever you want, but that is defamation, and now we're gonna sue the fuck out of you. She piped down real quick and found something else to talk about.
Yeah.
That's not my point with that. My point is that she's obviously not an ally to the left. They don't support her at all.
No,
They don't
bullshit.
like her.
She is definitely an ally to the left. All of this
that right there is investigating.
No, wait, hold on. All of this, like causing infighting in the right, helps the left considerably.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to. She's not an ally to the left. She's a tool. Like, they know that they can use her if they bring her on their show.
Well, she's definitely a tool.
Further sow division. But she's they'll dispose of her at the drop of a hat. They don't care about her. They're not friends. They're not allies in that sense.
Yeah, but they'll dispose of Destiny at the drop of a hat. They'll dispose of Hassan Parker when he shocked his dog. They'll dispose of. They dispose of everybody the second they do something wrong. Like they don't have any.
All of these people have massive, like, real substantiated claims against them for all kinds of different misbehaviors that they destroy people over. They destroy lives over, cancel them, and they just let all this stuff with like Destiny and with Hassan go on completely under the rug. Like, they just bury it.
Oh, one thing that reminds me of, I think, as of right now, we should start believing all women. We should start believing every single one of them. But more importantly, we should start believing all gay underage men.
Is that a Destiny one? I don't know. I don't keep up with his.
Wait, what the fuck?
Sure.
Sorry, I was reading.
Parker. No, not Parker. Parker's little love boy. What's his name?
Dean Withers.
Dean
Withers. Yeah.
Yeah, Dean Withers has had over 30 people now come out under.
Yep, I've been saying it for a bit. Hillbilly.
Boys?
I thought it was underage girls.
Underage boys.
Part of the reason why I played it was one of my movie nights.
Well, from the little thing I watched yesterday, it was underage boys come out and say that he has assaulted them in some way.
Yeah, I've heard about that too.
I think we should believe him. He says we should believe him, so I think we should believe him.
Hold on. In his defense, he says believe all women. These are boys that are coming after him. He didn't say anything about believe all boys.
Wait. Did you just assume their gender?
He says believe all rape allegations.
It was a joke.
All.
Anyway,
it was rape allegations.
Anyway,
yeah, I'm perfectly fine with holding the left to their own standards. But that's the point here. Is that they don't
hard R.
All right, hold on, guys. Let's make sure we're adhering to TOS, grape, and things like that, right? I don't know exactly what's not TOS, what is TOS, but I said we're going to wrap up before too much longer about 20 minutes ago, so we'll probably be wrapping before too much longer. We're off the subject again. More Celery says Dean's definitely gay. I'd have to agree with that one.
Yeah, he's on the left. Of course he is.
Well, can I sidetrack for 1 second? Is anyone else tired of seeing Brian Shapiro showing up, even if it's to make fun of him?
Yeah.
I
haven't wanted to platform him for a while.
Brian.
Yeah.
I'm done with everything that involves that guy. I don't like making fun of him anymore. All those cards have been played. It's all played out.
Yeah. We just need to let him.
I'm tired yet. I think he is the best punching bag.
Well, and that's the problem is there's a certain point where it's just old. And Brian is he's old. He's old news.
Yeah.
A lot of people are getting tired of watching him get punched. He's just a lol cow.
Yeah, once you can create,
it's time to let him pass.
Once you can create, once you can create an entire bingo card about him, because their rhetoric is.
I think
fair enough. More Celery.
So fucking, like you know what he's going to say before he does.
Yeah, he's got that big NPC energy. It's great. It's so much fun because he's an analog for all of them. But what I think is we shouldn't really let up on that until he's been checked into an insane institution because,
But
you gotta stop letting these people get away with it. You can't let them slither back under a rock because they'll come back in 6 years and try again.
So we continue to prop him up by giving him views and attention. We're paying him.
It's
at this
the
point
attention
in time.
that drives him nuts.
Yeah.
We're not tuning into his
It drives him. Wait, hold on. It drives him nuts.
No.
That's why he's playing the animation clips that are supposedly driving him nuts. That's why he plays them on his own channel, right? Gets the views and the attention.
And crashes out.
Oh, that you think that crash out?
Hold on.
Wait. I can explain this.
That is excellently
not to mention.
So Shankfest, there was this thing in the 90s called wrestling.
Bandit, hold on. Dave started talking before you did.
Oh,
Let
sorry.
Dave talk. Go ahead, Dave.
So, I would say not to mention there's people all the time
more celery.
that go on, like the main guy that
he really needs to just go away. Is what it is.
I love Cool Vic. I love his show. He's fucking awesome.
Yeah, Cool Vic is awesome.
But he's like one of the main guys that covers him, and you're constantly seeing people in his chat going, "Hey, I tuned into Brian's radio show so that I could go on there and get him to spurg out." That's getting more people to tune into his show so they can hear him spurg out live.
Yeah, that sounds like there's no bad press argument, but that's not true. There is a lot of bad press. I mean, sure, it might add a couple of dollars to his wallet, but he was doing fine before he became a sensation on the right. Like, it's not like
was he? Because I'd never heard of the dude.
Or Parker. Well, he was obviously financially solvent beforehand. He had his own talk show, radio show that he won't shut up about. So it's like he had a call-in show. He has survived his very long, pathetic life somehow making money. So obviously he wasn't that hard. It's not like Dean Withers or Parker or any of these other like kids that just weren't political figures and then suddenly became sensational because of their interactions with Ray. Like, this is an established guy. Every time he opens his mouth, he embarrasses himself and digs his own hole. So we should let him keep digging his own hole.
He was somewhat established, but it wasn't until Cool Vic and Andrew and everybody started debating him and
what's actually wrong,
platforming him.
What more celery? What
destroying him? That he.
Yeah,
that
and that's
now
part of the problem.
Everybody knows his stupid bald head.
That's exactly it. That right there, Dave.
And but they know that it's stupid and bald. But like you don't think of Brian and think anything other than like some type of Joker figure, like a comedian figure, like someone you laugh at.
So Shankfest, we all know you're the young one here. In the 90s, there was this thing that we all used to watch called wrestling, and you have heels and baby faces. Brian Shapiro is the heel. He's making money. He's making a bigger presence by being the heel, by stepping into that.
Thank you for that feedback, more celery.
Yeah, by playing more into the fact that he's dumb.
Yeah, he wasn't making it before he came across Andrew. Andrew put him on the map. By making him a locale, he got the attention, and he's made it to be a radio syndicate.
No, he had the radio before.
I know
Andrew,
he had it, but he wasn't making it. Just because he says
zero evidence that his standard of living, like his quality of life, his financial markers have improved since having been.
I wouldn't necessarily say that he would indicate that it's improved, but I'm not saying that it. If he was making it before, why would he have come to Andrew like he did? Why is he begging for the Wilsons to debate him after being demolished by them?
Because he's a stupid leftist NPC. Like, I could go on a long tangent here of slurs I could say about it.
Do you think Candace is a stupid leftist? Do you think Candace is a stupid leftist? The way she's been talking lately?
I think she's stupid. I don't think she's a leftist.
Okay, fair enough. But you think she's
stupid? I can go on a long tangent about bad words about her.
Someone has 7 million subscribers, makes as much as she does. That's somebody stupid?
AOC is in Congress. Yes, there's a lot of successful stupid people.
AOC was put into that position. Candace Owens got there.
Candace Owens was propped up by the Daily Wire.
Doesn't mean
so
she
I could
didn't
say
get
the
there.
same argument.
AOC was literally
We're still having the same
hold
discussion.
on, guys. AOC literally responded to a casting ad. She was literally put into the position because she looked good enough.
Okay,
Well,
and
hold on, the dividing line.
Candace was able to get to that
Daily
position.
Wire to fill out DEI.
Well, you
That
could
might
also
be.
say that Candace got her position by the way she looks, but nobody really wants to poke at that one.
That's fair.
I'll poke at that bear.
Wait. I have evidence right here. Just hang on.
Wait. Where's the evidence? Show me the evidence. Is this actual material evidence or is this just hearsay?
This is grok.
That's hilarious, more celery. Thanks for that feedback. That is fantastic.
2020, his net worth was right around $500,000. Where am I? Oh, here we go.
Right,
2026.
but that's my
current
point. Is he
estimates are
pays
about
for his
150
airtime? He wasn't making it.
million.
Well, when did Andrew put him on the map? Because it wasn't in 2021.
Wait, are you saying that that Bryce Shapp is worth 100-something million?
150.
Are you shitting me?
And when did Andrew start dealing with him? Like a year ago at most?
No, I think it's been longer than that.
In 2023,
yeah,
his net worth was about 20 million. In 2025,
so
that
maybe
was
he
only
was
a year
making it.
ago.
But it's like the chat
well,
saying
in 2025, he was only at 50 million, and now, right now, he's at 150 million. He's
How would they
tripled
even
his
have
net
that
worth.
estimated? How would they have that estimate for 2026 already?
It says mid 2026. I don't know. Celebrity net worth list 150 million. This appears driven by an estimate of ownership stake in
his net worth
large
was
companies
150
and
million
his
last
syndicated
year.
radio show.
Oh, last year on Piers Morgan. Gotcha.
It doesn't really say how they got the information. It just says the
Wait,
information.
make sure
So I
you're
would say
looking.
he's already in the tens of millions.
Wait, no,
Sorry.
hold on. Make sure you're looking at the right Brian
Shapiro.
because
That's what
because
Marcelli just said. Yeah.
Yeah,
I just did a Google search of it, and it brings up some financial holdings guy, like some guy on Wall Street. And even he's only worth like 1 million. So,
yeah, I would dispute the fact that he's doing that much better. Like, obviously, sure, he's probably made some money off of it, but I doubt it's like
if we're talking about a
doubled his
completely
net
different
worth or
Brian
50%.
Shapiro. Of course, it's not. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like it's definitely a different Brian Shapiro. Because I want to say just a couple of months ago, somebody did an AI search and it found Cool Vic and couldn't find Brian Shapiro. So he wasn't making it.
Let's just take that figure for a second. If Brian Shapiro was worth 100, let's just take $100 million. Wouldn't you think he would?
Yeah, it says right here that it's for the Las Vegas radio host Pushing the Limits.
Really? Hold on, Dave.
Well, wouldn't you think he would have a show of like Joe Rogan quality instead of
Hey, Craig, good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Countless, freshman errors on his both his radio show and his YouTube show. Oh, and also real quick, Shankfest. When Brian Shapiro says that he's syndicated, he's not talking about like actual syndicated radio show. He's talking about that because he's on the radio and on Facebook and on YouTube. He's defining that as syndication.
It says right here, Brian Shapiro.
Really know the difference. I was born long after radio shows were a thing.
Hold on, Shankfest. Sorry, Shankfest. Dave was trying to come in when Bandit was trying to let him talk for a second. Go ahead, Dave.
Now, take this with a grain of salt because it is grok. It can be wrong. But it says Brian Shapiro, host of Pushing the Limits, a weekday talk show on at roughly noon to 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. KSHP 1400 107.1 in Las Vegas. He has been on the air in Las Vegas market for over 20 years. This is the same guy, it seems.
Sounds like it, but there's no way. Shankface, you were saying something. Go ahead. No, sorry.
Yeah, so going back to what I forget your name, sorry, B. But what you were saying about his talk bandit, sorry.
You're good.
I really don't understand any of the terminology around talk show radio. I mean, I was born long after that stuff all died. So no, if you say radio, we look at you like you're crazy and say, you mean a podcaster? But my point isn't really that. It's that he loves to brag about it. And I haven't seen any real substantial change in, like, you know, when someone takes it off and takes it off big, you'll see like a change in their studio, a change in their background. You'll see them like doing some type of event or like bragging about it. And let's be honest, Brian here is a very shallow and simple man. If he all of a sudden started raking in the coals, he'd be very loud about it. So he does a lot of talk. I'm not disputing that. But nothing here would point to the fact that he's actually improving in a substantial way. Like maybe he was just about to fall off on his own and go broke and he's being floated by Andrew or something like that, but he's not raking it in. He's not doing that much better.
Well, and
honestly, this is the only research I've done, and it's grok. It could be wrong.
Yeah, I've been doing a little bit of quick Googling too, and it says there's no real credible evidence that he has any kind of actual net worth at all. So I'm not sure why there's such a difference in AIs. But long story short, like, I know he was not making it before the Wilsons came along. Like, I almost undoubtedly know that he was not making it. He put himself on the map by making a spectacle of himself. So Andrew,
I completely agree. He wasn't making it before, but my question is he making it now? Because I doubt he is. He's a lolcow. We are all laughing at him. So he's in the public eye, but is he making it? I don't think he's making it now.
Right. I mean, so if we were to stop watching him entirely, then he would just fade into the distance. That's what I'm saying, is he wasn't making it before. If he's not making it now, stop watching him. Stop making him into a lolcow, and he'll disappear into the ether, and we don't have to fucking worry about him anymore.
He'll disappear back into his corner, but he won't disappear. He won't stop being a talk show radio host.
Before, then the 200 subscribers like I do have now won't matter a whole lot. But his it's 500,000 subscribers. Like he always likes to say that he has. That's a lot. We need to try to curb that somehow, and making him into a lolcow is not curbing that. So he says.
That before
so he says. But it's just like there's a lot of people who buy bots and buy subscriber and things like that, right? So I'm not saying that he didn't have it before, but I can almost guarantee he was not making it before. So if those were bot subs or bots, for example, and weren't actually viewing his stuff to give him the views, to give him the money, would explain a lot.
Yeah, I agree with you on most of the points. My only thing is I really don't see as him improving at all, or how anything we've done is actually materially benefiting him. I think for the most part what it's done is it's destroyed whatever mental fragility health he has. And I think we should keep pressing on that. But
do you think that's moral?
Yes. I think you should crush your enemies completely. And I think someone of Brian Shapiro's caliber, and especially after the way he conducted himself with Andrew's wife, we should not show him any sympathy or mercy. We should crush him, and
we should stop
make sure he goes and gets the help he needs.
We should stop paying him.
Paying him anything?
Platforming him, period.
Is anyone in your chat paying him?
If we are platforming him, we are paying him. Yes. That's how YouTube works, bro. Yes.
I hate to break it to you, but yeah, that's exactly how YouTube works. The fucking more people that know about him, there's even people that hate watch Cool Vic. So the people that are hate watching Cool Vic are running straight to Brian Shapiro.
Yep. And Don't get me wrong. I am on your side. I just don't think that we need to be giving him a platform anymore. If you want to continue to make him a locale, that's of course your choice. But the debate at hand is whether we should be platforming someone of his caliber or not. And I think that we should stop platforming them all together and get someone else of more of interest on our platforms to talk to.
By that same line, would you say Andrew should have debated Candace? I don't know your thoughts on that.
No, see what I'm saying. What we're saying here is that
one's a good question.
He shouldn't. We've already kind of exhausted all of Brian Shapiro's stupid fucking talking points. Everybody knows how dumb they are. Everybody knows, the broken record that he's going to play. So if you're going to get someone in there, if you're going to make somebody a locale, it should be somebody that is somewhat relevant, that is pulling people to their side. That way you can crush their ideology and show the people that are being pulled to his side or her side that their ideology is stupid. Everybody already knows that Brian's ideology is stupid. Everything he says is a broken record that's on repeat. That's why we made a fucking bingo card about it.
Well,
right.
I would pose you the same question then, because we all kind of knew Candace was full of it, and we all saw then that she had absolutely nothing in terms of evidence. And here we were just 10 minutes earlier talking about her.
Right, but
no, I don't think we all knew that.
So the difference between Candace and Brian Shapiro in this instance is we've had one debate with Candace. How many debates has Brian and Andrew had together? Brian and Rachel had together. We're not dealing with the same situation here. How many times has Brian been on Cool Vic's stream and we've had to deal with him with Cool Vic directly, right? Cool Vic has called into his stream, or Brian Shapiro went on to Cool's stream to rip him a new one or whatever. We have a lot more history with Brian at this point in time than we do with Candace. If you don't follow Candace, you don't deal with Candace. I don't follow Candace. I don't know Candace. I don't follow Brian, but I know Brian because everybody has made him into a locale. And where I understand,
and to be honest with Candace, I didn't know that she was pointing the finger at an entire fucking country. Or two countries for that matter.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know that she was.
I'm trying to be nice.
Saying that his grieving widow had something to do with it. I didn't know. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't know about until Andrew started making light of it. So what I'm saying is that if you're bringing someone on to turn into
not gonna lie, I'm kind of having fun, guys.
Show people how stupid they are. Yeah, show how stupid they are, and then cut off the supply.
Right. Yeah, I see what you guys mean. So you kind of put them in the same boat. It's just Candace is farther upstream, hasn't gone off the waterfall yet.
She's got a much larger audience.
Yeah, we gotta whittle her.
She has an audience.
She has an audience. Yeah, there you go. They might be conspiratards, but she's got an audience, right?
Well, one is much larger than none.
What was there were about 3 mics all at the same time. Bandit, I heard you, and then Shankfest, and then Dave. Go ahead, Bandit.
I said, well, one is much larger than none.
That's true. It's true.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I heard what Bandit said, so I was just laughing.
But okay, that's fair. What were you saying, Dave?
I was just saying that with Candace, yeah, once all her rhetoric is exposed, once everything's all put out there that she's full of shit and doesn't know what she's talking about, then yes, we should stop platforming her.
Exactly.
But with Brian, we've already done that. Yeah. He's everybody knows the bullshit he's going to spew.
Ironically, I think we have probably the exact same opinion on both of these individuals. I just have the timelines flipped because I watch Candace more than I watch Brian. So I only see the lol cow of Brian. But I've seen a lot of candidates. I'm like, why are we still talking about this? Because that's exactly what we were talking about. Not even 20 minutes ago is why are we talking about Candace, and then why aren't we laughing at Brian? So that's kind of an odd little back and forth there, a switch.
Yeah, I'm laughing at Brian as much. I'm laughing at Brian as much as the next guy. I'm just doing it in the privacy of my own home and not platforming him, not giving him any more views. I think I've only featured one of his clips, and it was from Rattlesnake that was featuring a clip from, I think, Cool Vic about Brian and how he's a little nasty fuck. So that's the only thing that I've ever, and I will probably ever feature of Brian. Even the debates, the way he spurgs, I don't care for it personally. I understand why some people like the locale of it, but it's like Gramps in the chat says, we've got bigger fish to rotisserie, right? We've got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
So
yeah, well, it was just like the debate on Cool Vic's last night. Well, it was just like the debate on Cool Vic's last night. The dude, I think his name was Scott. Like, he spent half the debate just screaming into the fucking microphone that he has evidence that Israel and blah blah blah. But
I can't believe sorry.
He wasn't actually providing any of the evidence. The debates I personally want to see are the debates where both sides can kind of keep their cool and hash out what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the debates where you have some fucking spurg just screaming at the top of their lungs. It's like Minar when that dumbass came along.
Terrible. Yeah.
He would literally scream into the microphone.
Yeah, Minar was funny for a hot second, and I mean literally a hot second.
You guys got to be careful about talking over each other, Bandit. You're kind of bad about it. Bosch, what were you saying? Kind of quiet sometimes.
Oh, I was saying even the modern day debate that we watched the other night on evolution. It's like there was no substance to the actual debate because they were just yelling at each other over nonsense.
Right.
And it's like,
right.
That's why I prefer these kinds of conversations. Is like we can all be level-headed, and we can all hear each other, we can all listen and respond, and
as long as we're not talking
past
over
each other to try and get a dig. Well, yeah, literally talking over each other, trying to get it out there.
Yeah, by no means
it happens.
By no means was I saying that we should be like taking either of these two people seriously and like sending them up for debates like that. I purely meant treating them like lol cows. Bring them up, laugh at them, and then throw them back out the window. The only thing I liked about the debate he had with Rachel is just how like perfectly on the nose, like stereotypically, like you could not get a better caricature of a left-wing person than Brian in that debate.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Like, that's why we can make a bingo card about him.
Hold on, guys. Bandit tried to come in, and then he got cut off. Go ahead, Bandit.
Oh,
did you remember what you're saying?
Well, the one thing I do remember when so to what Shankfest, I keep having to check. So you made the point of bring him in, laugh at him, and throw him out. Well, when are we going to throw Brian Shapiro out and be done with him?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the part I'm missing is the throwing part.
You're never actually like done with them permanently. You don't throw them in the landfill and leave them there. You throw them in the trash can and then you pull them out, laugh at them, and throw them back in.
Well, no,
you abuse them over and over until they're gone forever. Like until they admit defeat, surrender, and I'm like, I'm done being online debate, bro. And they just
hold on, do you ever think that Brian Shapiro, of all people, is going to the most narcissistic fuck I've ever seen in my entire life? Do you ever think he's going to admit defeat and go away?
First of all, I hope he never does because this is so much fun for me. I know you guys are probably a little sick of it, but like I said, I'm getting a different dose of it, I think, so it's still fun for me. But so I hope he doesn't. It's fun for me.
You don't think that there's going to be another...
With how much you guys are against him are tired of him and sick of him, wouldn't you guys classify it as like one of the biggest wins of the right wing in quite a while if we actually did manage to get him to that point?
So yeah, it would be, but I don't think. I think it would be, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. People like Brian Shapiro are so incredibly narcissistic. It's just like Destiny. Destiny's such a fucking narcissist that he's never going to admit defeat. But Andrew played with him for a while, destroyed him, and hasn't talked about him since.
Yeah, he knows when to stop. He knows when to cut off and just end it.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he's done with Brian Shapiro. I'm pretty sure in one of his latest streams, as he said, like, we've lolcowed it out. We're done. We're tired of it.
Yeah.
And that's basically what I'm saying.
That's what he did with Destiny. That's what he's done with Brian. That's what he's done with
and I get that people want to, but again, we've got bigger fish to fry. There's going to be another lolcow out there. And if you continue to pull them out of the dumpster, you're giving them something. And on top of that, is it really moral to kick them after they're down? If they're going to fade into the distance, whether they want to or not, they're down. Is it moral to kick them when they're down?
No.
Have they learned their lesson? If not, then yeah, you keep kicking until they learn their lesson.
That is not up to you. It doesn't matter. That is not your decision.
Okay, if you get in a fist fight,
if you
get in a fist fight on the street and the dude hits the ground,
bingo.
And then
even if he's on the ground and bleeding, saying, "I'm gonna kick your ass," but he's clearly had enough. Do you pick him back up and punch him some more, or do you just say, "Dude, you're full of shit. You've obviously gotten your ass kicked. We're done here."
You walk away.
I disagree with your analogy because if he's on the ground, no longer fighting back, then that would say that he's been defeated and surrendered. But if he's getting back up, yeah, I'm not going to walk away until he's stopped all activity and resistance.
Well, and also, are we gaining the ground by continuing to beat up on him when he's done, when other people are pushing their narrative? We should be focusing on the next one that's rising up and making sure that they don't gain a foothold.
Nip it in the bud.
We're focusing so much on Brian Shapiro.
Hold on, Bandit. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, but if we're sticking to what Tater's point was, is it fucking moral or not? That's what I'm going to base my life off of.
Exactly.
Is morality.
Yep.
So even if somebody, if you've done beat on them and you know for a fact that it's easy to two-piece them and they hit the ground, then yeah, I'm not going to accept any more fights from them.
Not saying
I agree with that.
In that scenario,
Candace Owens, however, that's a different story.
He has everything to gain. If I win, I just look like I'm beating up on a smaller guy again.
Yep.
Okay, so I disagree with your analogy because you guys keep saying that he's not quitting, he's not giving up, he's not stopping, he's getting back up in this same fist fight.
No,
metaphorically,
you're misunderstanding.
Going.
You're misunderstanding the situation.
Yes, he might. Yeah, he might be getting back up, but even if he's getting back up, and you know you can whip his ass, there's no point in whipping his ass again.
So originally, Dave, you were just saying that he was talking shit still on the ground. He wasn't getting up. He was just talking shit. And according to that analogy, that would be sufficient. Yes. If he is just talking shit and he hasn't tried to make a move towards you, you legally cannot do anything to him. Legally. So regardless
even if that's not the case. Even if that's not the case, let's grant that he's not fully on the ground and fully down and out. That's what that's the argument that Shankfest is making, is that Brian Shapiro is not fully on the ground and out of it.
But we can't say that. But go
ahead.
He's
getting back up.
Yeah, I get it.
So even if I grant that he keeps getting back up,
you live based on moral, not on legal. So are we talking about legally should you stop, or are we talking about morally should you stop?
What is the difference?
I'm talking about morally.
What is the difference?
But you just said the moral and legal are different things.
No, so what is the difference? You tell me. What is the difference?
The moral is what you should do.
And legally is not?
Yeah.
No, I would say.
The law is written by men.
Hold on, Dave. Hold on, Dave. Hold on.
It used to be legal to own slaves. Does that mean you could morally own slaves? You can't use the law as a moral standard on what you should and shouldn't do.
I'm not.
But you just said that you would stop.
What is the difference? I didn't say that they were the same. You are. What's the difference?
No, I did not.
So I said they're different, but it doesn't change the fact.
Said that we're talking about what we morally should and shouldn't do, and then your argument was that you have to stop hitting him because legally he's only talking trash on the ground.
Where do laws come from?
Man.
And where does man get the laws from?
They make most of them up. We have laws saying abortion's legal.
Oh, yeah? They make them up?
Yeah.
And that's where we've gotten to where we are today. Exactly. Thank you for conceding on my point.
I don't know what point you're making, obviously, because my point was saying that we can't use the law as our measuring stick for what we should and shouldn't do.
Where do the laws come from originally? Where do the base laws come from? Actual laws, not statutes. Actual laws. Do you know what an actual law is? Natural law?
No, we were talking about legal law.
What's the difference?
The difference is one is written down on a piece of paper and held on a court, and the other one is made by God.
Imagine that.
So, are you saying the natural law says if he's talking crap, you can't beat on him?
No. What's the difference between moral law and legal law when it comes to someone's on the ground and not able to do anything to rebuttal other than just talk shit?
The moral law is if there's a threat, you don't stop until the threat's permanently removed.
Do you consider them talking shit a threat?
Yeah, if they're threatening to get up and beat me again, yes. If they're still threatening me after we just had a physical conflict, I have no reason to believe that this is the end of the conflict.
So your justification just essentially justified every woman that's behind Clancy?
No.
Huh?
I would. So if I can bridge the gap,
can you elaborate
here,
on that, Tater?
Yeah, I'm as lost as Vosh is here.
Hold on. Go ahead, Dave. What are you saying?
If I can bridge the gap here a little bit, I think we're so I don't think you can get your morals from legal laws, laws that people put in place because those can be corrupted.
Right.
That was your argument.
No, it wasn't. That's the difference.
Yes, you said legally you could not do something.
Laws come from morals. That's where we get our laws from, our morals. And if they're not coming from morals, that's why the problem we have today.
But I don't think all laws come from morals. I don't think there's anything immoral about speeding down the road when there's nobody on the road.
That's a statute. That's why I said natural laws. What's the difference between a natural law and a state law other than the fact that you know of as laws are statutes?
Well, then we could say Hindu law.
That's the disconnect right there. Are you talking about legality? Are you talking about natural law? Because those are two very distinct, different things.
They shouldn't be.
Yeah, but they are, and that's the one you're using in the argument against continuing the fight. You haven't presented a moral law to not beat on him when he's talking trash on the ground. You're presenting a legal law, a defend your ground castle doctrine law that you would be in violation of. So that's what I'm disputing with you on.
Right.
I think we can both agree completely that the law in the United States as it is today is not a just and moral Christian law, because we have all kinds of things that are bad, like, well, a lot of people that do heinous crimes don't get the death penalty because that is, eye for an eye, a life for a life. And then things like abortion are legal. Divorce, all these kinds of things.
There's an important thing that you need to be corrected on. You said until the threat is permanently removed. No, it's until the threat is removed. If you go by the standard of until a threat is permanently removed, you could have a simple fist fight being justified, or you could justify unaliving by a simple fist fight.
Well, again, that's
until the
illegal.
threat. No, hold on. No, you'd went to permanently removed. That's a you words have meanings and meaning.
Yeah,
and
no.
that is very, very important because.
And what I'm saying is the legal rule is you can only stop, or you have to stop once the immediate threat's over. I'm not saying that's my measuring stick. I'm saying I morally believe I should only stop until the threat is permanently removed.
So
when you say permanently,
you
that's
get into
the
a
problem.
fender
When you're
bender.
adding
Do you
the word
think
permanently?
I can't hear you.
Sorry.
When you add the word permanently, that's where the problem comes into play, because even if the person is on the ground and paralyzed, for that matter, you don't know if they're paralyzed or not.
I think I could take a pretty good guess if we're fighting and he's suddenly gone limp and stopped moving entirely. Like if he's gone completely limp,
Okay,
I'd say
but no, you could no, because you said if he's laying on the ground and he's threatening to still cause me harm, then I can still go after him.
Yes. I don't see a discrepancy in my two statements there, because if he's paralyzed,
if
he's behaving and moving differently than if he's like, even if he's beaten down on the ground and talking crap. Like I'm going to assume I'm looking at this guy doing this and he's like doing some type of motion. He's not just sitting there completely stiff-necked in a straitjacket saying, "Oh, I'm going to get you."
Okay, fine. Let's take paralyzed out of it. Let's just say that you've okay, I don't know how many, fights or whatever you've been in, but you can tell when someone's had enough. Like you just can. When they're stumbling, when they get back up and their buddy has to help them back up, or when they can't get back up but they're still talking shit, that's when you know they're done, but they're still running their mouth and saying that they're going to come after you. Morally, that's when you got to say, no, I can see this dude's done. This is when I walk away. This is when I gotta just cut it right here. What you're saying, you're adding the word permanently. When you add the word permanently, you can justify unaliving someone just because they're talking about, they're
right,
a bunch of witnesses around or whatever. They're talking about getting back up and they're kind of moving around and stuff like that.
Right.
And they're talking about getting back up and coming after you. You can justify permanently taking them out. That leaves room for a whole lot of play out there.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It does leave room for a lot of play. Let me interrogate you on that a bit. So I don't know how many fights you have been in either, and we don't have to get into details on stuff like that. But anytime I've been in a fight and someone's done, they're not getting up in a threatening manner or just getting up in general and talking more crap about how they're going to beat you. Generally, when someone's beat,
appreciate the
they
feedback.
will at least shut
wondering
the
if
hell
anybody
up.
was still watching.
Like all my fights,
that's not my experience.
Yeah, and I've been in some fights where if someone gets back up and they're still talking crap, even if they're a little, loose on the feet, not standing in the right way, you don't know if they have a knife or a gun or some other weapon, or if they, maybe they actually pull it. If they're stumbling, barely able to speak, still talking crap about you and pull a knife, like they're not able to really fight me, but they're now holding a dangerous weapon. They're not done. They don't want to be done. They're not done until they admit that they're done, is my opinion on that matter. And then going on to the other thing. Well, all right. What?
Hold on. One claim at a time.
Well, you did give me three.
I've been in I don't know how many fights. A lot. Really shitty past. Been to prison. The whole 9 yards. Anyway, not important. What's important is that I've been in fights where the guy is getting up, talking about he's still going to do this and that and whatever, coming at you in a threatening manner, and you can literally just step out of the way. And they can't track you anymore because you've already given them a concussion or whatever. They're still dazed, whatever the case may be. I've been in numerous fights where people are coming at you in a threatening manner and they're getting back up, but you can tell this dude's done. even if you can't tell that this dude's done, you've already whooped their ass once. They didn't pull a knife, they didn't pull a gun, whatever.
Well, right there, you're making.
And you've already beaten them up once.
Now you're making two different statements. So your first one is they get up, they're talking trash, but you can still, you've kind of conceded inherently my core argument that, yeah, they're up, they're still talking trash, but you can tell they're done. Like, they have no ability to physically harm you anymore. The threat is permanently removed. You can just step out of the way. They're that beat.
The threat is not permanently removed because they could come back a week later and start shit with you again. Permanently removing.
You're adding the word permanently. That's changing it.
Yeah.
Permanently removing the threat means they will never be a threat again. I don't know how much clearer I have to make that.
You should be reasonably sure that they are not going to be a threat to you again. Yeah. And yeah, I agree. That does give you that's a big leeway. You have to use good judgment in deciding, I don't need to actually unalive this person. He's not going to mess with me again. He's learned his lesson. But I do think that you shouldn't
my argument is that
thug or a gangster that will come back and shoot up your house, drive-bys. There's all kinds of places where leaving someone alive like that is a serious threat to you in the future. It's not an idle threat. Like if you're in a prison fight.
But that doesn't morally justify taking them out.
Correct.
Yeah, to prevent them from trying to make another attempt on your life in the future. Absolutely, I agree. If you reasonably believe that they're not done, that they're going to come back another day, I would not stop.
So you with your logic, you can then go hunt them down.
You wouldn't need to hunt them down. They're right there in front of you.
Okay, but your logic, like I said in the beginning, you can morally take their life now because they might get back up. They might come hunt you down. They might do this. They might do that.
Yes,
You're playing future teller, and you can just take them out.
Yeah.
Yes, I will say that is my argument right there. That you should not stop until they are done.
That's what yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
That's fucking wild. Yeah.
Well, all you have to go is you have to go downtown to any city like Chicago, Detroit, San Francisco. Or you don't even have to start a fight. A fight will find you, no problem. And then you have to let them come back another day, and you get to see what happens when someone jumps you without you knowing. When you don't have,
or you can go and, or you can be in a prison system where, or you can be in a prison system where that guy is 3 bunks down. And he's gonna he might come back in a week or whatever. That still doesn't morally justify you taking his life.
Yeah.
Oh, I would
because you think he might do something.
Yeah, I would not want to live in prison for a 6-month sentence, a year-long sentence, an 18-month sentence, thinking this guy 3 bunks down on me, he might pull a shiv on me in the shower next week or next month. If he started a fight once, I have no reason to believe he won't start another fight another day, and that he won't play fair because we already agreed now that he can't win a fair fight. So I don't mess around with that. I can't risk not coming home one day.
So then was that justification?
We just talked here with the Clancy trial that you would take 0 chances whatsoever. You would pull your kids away from your wife, call the cops on her.
That's a lot different there, buddy. That is disanalogous.
I would argue it is the same level that you're
shifting the
goalpost.
Everybody stop.
Hold on a second, guys. I need to mute the whole room, guys. Hey. Who is the host of the channel? Remember, if I come in, shut it all down so we get back on track. One mic at a time. We'll start with Washmit. We'll go around the
can't I defend my point?
Hold on.
I made a point. Hang on a second. Everyone's
going to try and grill me for it.
Dave.
Hold on. Whose channel is it? I don't care if you made a point, bro. It's my channel. Washmit, go ahead and talk. Dave, talk, and then Shankfest, you get to talk. I know, it sucks. It does.
Okay. Go ahead. So I actually kind of do to a degree agree with Shankfest, but I would say I am still forming my opinion on this. So what I would like to do is look at what does the Bible say, what does Christianity say about these situations?
Exactly.
Can we look to Scripture to see if we can decide if Shankfest's policy regarding this is actually acceptable by the Bible?
Sure. Yeah, that's fair. Dave, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, with that logic of assuming or guessing that somebody might come back and might hurt you in the future, then you're in turn you're playing future teller, and that gives you the right to take them out. And with that logic, then you should have the right to take out anybody that might do something to you in the future.
Bingo.
Anybody that might pose a threat to you in the future, you can just fucking unalive at
a whim.
You know. Yeah,
because
at
you
a
feel
whim.
threatened.
Exactly.
Sorry. Were you done, Dave?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Shankfest. You can defend yourself.
All right. So first off, Dave, I would completely disagree with that because we're not talking about hypothetical harm. We're talking about a physical altercation. So we've already exceeded clear boundaries of civility. And then what the likelihood of
hypothetically might come back.
We're talking about a line that's already been crossed once. That's different from I was in a shouting match with someone. I'm worried they might come back and shout with me. I'm worried about them repeating the same actions that they've already proven that they're willing to commit. And then over to Vosh, I don't have any Bibles in front of me to actually prove it, but I would argue that, I think if we look this up in the Bible, there is more evidence that my side would be supported by it than anyone else's. There is forgiveness, there is mercy, but that is not the same thing as what you would get in a immediate, dangerous scenario like that.
You're not talking about immediate, though. We're talking about it's been done.
We're talking about a physical...
You're talking about if it were to be able to get back up.
We're talking about an altercation that is immediately happening. We're not talking about I beat this guy up into the ground, left for 5 minutes, came back. We're talking about I literally just punched him and he fell on his back for like 3 seconds.
So you're going to pull out your pew and just pop him. Yeah, okay. Wild, bro.
You're completely shifting the goalpost.
No, wait. The moment he swung on me, I would pull out my pew and pop him. And then he would be dead.
That is not, you can't do that.
If he's attacking me, physically assaulting me?
A fist is. Have you took any kind of concealed weapons permit at all?
I have to have a reasonable fear of imminent damage.
Do you know anything about weapons personal protection? You cannot pull a firearm for a fist, bro. What are you talking about?
I have to be in immediate fear of danger.
Imminent.
If he's throwing
imminent, and it has to be the same level. You can't pull out a pew for a fist, bro. Maybe
is that in California? I don't have a duty to retreat in my state.
I think you need to look at the laws if you think you can pull out a pew in California for a fist.
I said what state do you live in? California, because I said I don't live in a duty to retreat state. I have full lethal authority.
I don't live in a duty to retreat state either, dude. And I'm saying that you can't pull out a pew for a fist. God, you cannot do that. It is not legal. So
hold on, I got an answer.
Sorry, Dave.
I got an answer to Vosh's question. I got an answer to Vosh's question. Yes, there is somewhat precedent on this. Where is it? Proverbs 17:5. Oh no. Sorry, hang on. Proverbs 24:17-18. Do not gloat when your enemy falls. When they stumble, do not let your heart rejoice. Or the Lord will disapprove and turn his wrath away from them onto you. The other one is do not repay anyone evil for evil. Do not take revenge. If your enemy is hungry, feed them. If he is thirsty, give them something to drink.
Exactly.
Do not be overcome by the evil.
Do either of those actually apply here? Because that says don't celebrate the action. I never said you should celebrate it. And the other one is don't seek out vengeance, which I also said do not leave for 5 minutes, come back and finish the job. I said do it right then and there, finish the situation you're in.
So again, you're shifting the goalpost because we were talking about if he is finished, if he's done, then all of a sudden now he's not done. If he's talking shit on the ground, he's not getting up. Now he's getting up.
That's not revenge. I'm not seeking revenge by doing that.
No, what I'm saying is at the beginning he was on the ground. He was just talking shit. He wasn't getting back up. That is if you were to go over and just pull out your pew pew and pop him, that is revenge, dude.
Again, that's not what I said either.
So that's what I'm saying. We're talking past each other at this point in time. You're talking past each other.
I have several times stated I'm not talking about leaving the situation and coming back later to finish the job.
So we're talking past each other. So the debate is no longer a debate. It's just talking past each other. Dave, what were you saying?
Shane?
When when you were talking about, okay, well, yeah, when you were talking about, oh, well, that doesn't really apply to here, I think it absolutely applies, because the very first thing I said is do not gloat when your enemy falls. I would say it's kind of gloating when he gets back up and you punch him in the face again. That's just me. That would be my interpretation of gloating. When you said there's also the example, who was it? I think it was King David, if I remember correctly. This is going off of memory, so anybody in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was King David. There was another dude basically going after him. They got into
more
whatever.
Celery. You're a real one.
While that person was fleeing, King David, and like, instead of allowing him to flee or whatever,
that's fair. Is it all right?
Goes after him again.
Is the conversation still all right, chat?
And then is cursed and pelted with stones. While, oh wait, no, I got it backwards. No, I got it backwards. Okay, King David was running away, I think.
I know I'm gonna have a mixed.
Yeah, King David was the one running away.
Mixed audience on that one, but
the other dude was like,
there's certain things I'm just
throwing rocks at him and cussing at him and spitting at him and stuff like that as he was running away. And the judgment fell on the guy that was still going after him after he was down, metaphorically.
Again, this is someone that's retreating and running away, not someone that's still actively aggressing you. I did do a quick rock search for some Bible verses to see if it does support me, and I have Deuteronomy 7 and 2. Deuteronomy 7, 1 and 2. When the Lord your God brings you into the land you are entering and possesses, drives out. Are we at the second coming yet? Yeah, it is Old Testament, but it is still biblical, is it not?
It's biblical, but we live under the new covenant, not the old covenant.
Well, that can't
not
be
that doesn't invalidate the old covenant.
Right. Go ahead, Shankfest. What do you got? Out of context.
Deuteronomy 7, 1 and 2. When the Lord your God brings you into the land you are entering to possess and drives out before you the many nations, the Hittites, the Gerishites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations larger and stronger than you. And when the Lord your God has delivered them over to you and you have defeated them, then you must destroy them totally. Make no treaty with them and show them no mercy. Deuteronomy 20, 16, and 18.
Who delivered it now? Who was that now? When who?
When your Lord God
when
has
your
delivered
Lord,
them
yes,
over
thank
to
you very much. Now go ahead and go on to the next one.
You have defeated them.
Doesn't matter. God was the one who commanded it. God is not commanding you in the moment. So go ahead. Move on to the next one. What do you got?
I never said
God.
That seems
kind of to do it. Did God send you to do it? No, you got attacked.
God put me on this earth and he knew what was going to be happening to me. How do I know that God did not put this person in my path?
Not the same. Anybody that's actually read the Bible, actually read the Bible would know that.
In the Bible,
so
everything that's happened in the Bible is because of God's command, was it not? So you could apply that to.
Okay, hang on.
That's disanalogous.
We're gonna take your same exact logic.
Incorrect. Go ahead,
from the same exact book. We're going to take your same exact logic from the same exact book. A few chapters later, go down to Deuteronomy 25, 1 through 3. When people have a dispute, they are to take it to a court and the judge decides the case, acquitting the innocent and commending the guilty. If the guilty person deserves to be beaten, the judge shall make them lie down and have them flogged in presence with a number of lashes for the crime. But the judge must not impose more than 40 lashes.
Hell yeah.
If the guilty person is flogged more than that, your fellow Israelite will be degraded in your eyes.
Again, I say that doesn't apply here because that's talking about a court punishment, not a in the street, a battle between two people. Like this
It's
is not
saying not to fucking hit someone. No, bullshit, dude. It's saying not to hit someone while they're down. It's
literally
the end of that verse.
Receive lashings.
Which again, we're talking past each other because we're not. So Shankfest is saying that he's not laying down, he's not done, he's getting back up, and we're saying that he's done. He's not getting back up. Because the thing is it all goes back to Brian Shapiro. That's what started this conversation, and we have no fucking clue what is in his brain. We do not know he is getting back up when we leave him alone. So you can't sit there and say that he's getting back up and we got to beat him back down. We don't know that until we leave him alone for a couple of months and then find him back out in the scene again. At that point in time, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, when someone's up and making advancements towards you and becoming a threat.
Exactly.
You can clearly see that they're a threat. Then you can start to make appropriate actions. However, like we said with Brian Shapiro, like we're saying with this thing, like we're saying about with the fight, if you can see that someone's down and out, like Brian Shapiro clearly fucking is, because Andrew dealt with him.
Dude is struggling mentally.
Everybody's fucking dealt with him.
Let's not be wrong here. Dude is struggling mentally, and that is not morally okay anymore. He's down. We got to stop kicking him while he's down.
Leave him down.
What about his behavior makes you say that he is down and out? Is he not actively still trying to get you? What about his
behavior shows you that he's not?
The fact that he's still actively trying to combat the right and debate the right and not physically come into conflict, but verbally conflict with us. He's still actively engaging, actively pursuing us.
Okay, but it's not what he's doing that's the problem. There's always going to be leftards trying to come after the right about something.
And you make examples of that.
I'm going to bring this back around and say that Brian's husband should take their 3 children away before he does something.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway.
Yeah. And him being mentally gone actually only adds to my point that he's more dangerous. If someone's mentally unstable, they're more dangerous.
Again,
they're more unreliable.
Again, you're going the opposite way of moral here, guy. Are we not supposed to help anybody? So as soon as they become a drug addict, we're just supposed to write them off? Once a drug addict, always a drug addict?
If they're coming at me in a meth-induced rage, yeah, I'm not going to try and help them.
Okay. They are in the moment, no, of course not. But once, if they are literally not in their right mind, and you get them subdued, you're just gonna pop them because you're afraid.
So you're saying Brian's subdued
because you're scared? You're scared. You up in your fifis?
Yes, Brian is subdued. He's been taken out. Yes, 100%. Yes, he is subdued. He's been taken out by Rachel. He's been taken out by Andrew Wilson. He's been taken out by everybody. He's not being taken seriously anymore. He's.
I need to wrap up.
He can't be taken seriously anymore because he's been taken out so many times. Therefore, going after him again is just as bad as going after with somebody with a handicap, because you already know
exactly
that they are not mentally equipped to handle you.
Yeah,
you know they're not mentally equipped to handle you anymore. So if they're not mentally equipped to handle you anymore, then you shouldn't be going after them anymore.
Right.
Completely disagree. I think he's still coming after us. We should still go after him.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, eye for an eye.
It doesn't
leaves the whole world blind.
His mental state
Dave,
wait, with the same Clandis, the one the lady in court.
Candace, you're good.
Candace, yeah.
We got
no, the lady in court for the children.
Clancy.
Her mental state is less than stellar. That's her whole argument is she's not in the right state of mind. She can't be
right. So you just tied it back to how I was trying to get you on that, huh? Good job.
You countered yourself, Potato, because you said his mental state is not good. He's handicapped, so we have to leave him alone.
No.
You're conflating killing children with having an argument.
Yep.
We were conflating beating each other to death with having an argument like 5 minutes ago.
She was afraid that they were going to come back for her, so she was in the right.
No, you said that her mental health isn't great, so we have to show her.
That's what you're saying about Brian, bro.
Focus.
No, I'm not saying show Brian
for a second.
Dave, take it for a second. Go ahead.
Hey, over here. Focus. Focus for a second. What we're saying is that once somebody is down and out, you ought not.
You can pull an pew pew for a knife.
You're saying that he's not.
That
down
is a
and out.
deadly weapon. Yes.
We're saying that he is down and out. I make the argument that he is down and out because so many different people have gone.
I was just saying the fist. You can't.
He's gone after
fist. You can't.
And been demolished so many times. If a fucking second grader thinks that they can debate Andrew, do you think Andrew's going to take that debate? No, because the second grader is clearly not mentally equipped to handle that. Therefore, it's a fucking handicap.
Real quick, before
you just said you just said he's mentally handicapped.
Hold on, before we get back into an argument, Vosh needs to take off before his headphones die and he can't hear us anymore. So before he has to leave, let him shout his channel out or anything that he'd like to shout out before he has to take off. And then I do need to wrap up before long. I do need to get to work tomorrow. So, Vosh, what do you got?
Well, not much really. I'm going to be doing a video on the Clancy thing soon. So if you're interested in my take on that, I'm going to tie it to a bunch of different things, but I'm looking mostly at the case and, more importantly, the reaction to it. But yeah, definitely looking forward to talking with you one-on-one. I don't know if I can do Sunday, but we'll figure out a time.
That's fine. I was like, I'm gonna get with you. I just want to make sure that Shankfest can be part of it if you'd like to be. So I wanted to put that out there if we could. But he's part of the Discord, so we'll drop it in the Discord. Anyway, is there anything else?
No, I don't think we got anything else going on right now.
Well, Voshmet does have his own channel. That's what the video he was talking about, not just he's just going to randomly throw out a video. Wow. Now, he has his own channel. Check that channel out. Thank you for coming up, Vosh. I appreciate you, buddy. God bless you, man.
Appreciate being here every time. God bless, guys.
Great talking to you.
All right. Is there anything else that we can wrap up really quickly? I don't want to get into it too much further, but if you want closing statements, we can get our closing statements out of the way. We'll probably agree to disagree at this point in time. We can rehash it at another time, I guess, if we want to. But
I would love to have this argument again. I'm having a great time.
I am too, actually. I'm not going to lie. It was actually a good time. I'm glad you had a good time, Shankfest, because I was kind of an asshole. I'm not going to lie. But
let's turn it into an actual debate.
I'm trying to be entertaining. So I appreciate you being a good faith debater there. All right. So is there anything else we wanted to talk about real quick before I let you shout anything?
Well, I would like to do like closing statements on that last one real fast. Dave, if you have any.
Yeah, go ahead. Real quick, Bandit sounds like he wants to come in. Go ahead, Bandit.
I just have one question on the topic as a whole. So where do we put the Thunderdome so that you can, finish up all your
thanks, Vosh,
incidences?
It was intense, wasn't it?
Like you can settle all your town square. Dead center, right in front of the courthouse, right next to the gallows where we hang all of the PDF files.
We have a town square here that's like over 100 years old. I'd be willing to offer it up. I don't have the authority to offer it up, but I'd be willing to.
I'd be down for that. I'd be very happy if you brought back settling disputes with duels and things like that.
I'm not disagreeing on that one. There.
All right. So my closing thoughts on this, I'll just wrap up what I say and we can hash this out again later.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we've talked past each other quite a few times and we keep getting onto different points entirely. My point is you do not stop morally until the threat's completely removed. And I think that we kind of made analogies as to what that means, but we never really got to the source of that. Brian, by his own admission, is not done. He's keep coming back for more. He keeps trying to get back into it. He's not considering himself down and out, and so we shouldn't consider him down and out. And even if you make him akin to beating up a handicapped person or a mentally disabled person or someone with severe mental problems or a drug addiction or something like that, that then rolls back to the Clancy argument where she's claiming she has some type of mental health issues. She was having psychosis.
I think you're just soft-spoken.
So we can't really blame her, can we?
We'll
because she was having issues. And yes, it's completely different. An actual physical altercation. But that then goes back to my analogy of if you're in a physical fight, you don't stop until it's done. And you have to use good judgment on that. I am aware that it's a pretty broad leniency I'm given, but you do have to you are obligated to not stop until the threat's gone forever. So I guess that would wrap up what I got.
Okay. Thank you. Dave, you want to put anything on that? Or did you already give your closing?
No, I haven't yet. I would say that this is perfectly analogous to beating up on somebody with a handicap. If you have already beat them up, and you know what, let's just take handicap out of it. I'll grant it's not a handicap. If you've already beaten somebody up verbally, obviously, if you've already verbally dismantled them numerous times, then you should do what Andrew did, and you should just walk away from them. After you've proven that their arguments are flawed numerous times, and anybody can go back and watch the debates where he was demolished numerous times, there's no fruit in demolishing somebody that's already been demolished. The other, I honestly, I think that's where I'll leave it. I think once you've already shown that this person's rhetoric doesn't stand up to scrutiny, there's no point in going back and going over the rhetoric over and over and over and over. We've already seen that they suck. We've already seen that they're dumb, and we should just leave it at that. Until they poke their head up and try again, and then sure, we can beat them back down. But yes, like the Bible says, I would say show mercy. Not even show mercy, but it would be more of, it would be more not showing mercy, but not being cruel.
Right. There's a difference between.
Yeah, I completely understand your side.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that being said, I'll give you guys a chance to shout anything out that you'd want to shout out before we leave. I'll start up with Dave, and then we'll go down to Shankfest and then Bandit. Dave, do you got anything you'd like to shout out before you go?
No, I don't have a channel. Like, subscribe, do all the things. Join the Discord. Send Tater your money. If you haven't sent him your money, then you're a piece of shit.
I'm not saying that,
I'm
guys.
Sorry, you're not a piece of shit. I'm sorry.
You're fine. We all know.
If you haven't liked and subscribed, you are a piece of shit, though.
You are gay.
You are absolutely gay.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Why are you
gay?
Anyway, was that all you wanted to shout out, Dave?
Join the Discord. Yep, that's it.
Perfect. I appreciate you, Dave. As always, you're welcome back on. I appreciate your takes. And you have a God bless night, man. And Shankfest, you got anything you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, you can find me at Political Shankfest on X and on YouTube. I've been doing a carbon fiber series, so I've been turning my hood of my car into a carbon fiber hood.
Oh, that's right.
Actually been joining debates like this so that I can avoid working on that because I've hit kind of a wall there. Mentally, I don't want to work on it anymore. It's been like 2 months. But yeah, outside of that, I like joining on these political debates.
Hold on.
Yep.
Turning your hood into carbon fiber?
So I have I have a regular hood. It's a steel hood. I've made a mold of it, and I'm going to use that mold to make it.
Okay. Okay, I thought you were saying like you're going over the top of it with carbon fiber. I'm like, dude, that doesn't make it carbon.
That doesn't make it carbon fiber. Yeah, right.
I hate when people skim coat. You do. Oh man,
I know, right?
I could go on a rant about that because I love composite material. That's my big thing. So, but yeah, so I'm actually making a carbon fiber hood, real thing. Whole thing should weigh like 5 pounds by the time it's done. It should be super lightweight. It's awesome. I love it. Anywho, thank you for having me, Tater. I love coming on. Loved having these little verbal fist fights, and I will happily defend all of my points, no matter how different we might agree on them again, because I stand by them 100%, 10 toes down. I am not a merciful man.
I've noticed. Well, yeah, I appreciate you coming on. I don't bar people from my channel unless they're complete pieces of trash. So you're welcome back. Was there anything else you wanted to shout out or anything like that?
Just a shout out to you and everyone else. It's been great. I love coming on these things.
Right on. I appreciate
and then you
that.
have politics and cars.
Right on. I appreciate it. I appreciate the content and the good faith fisticuffs that we had. It's not very many people that would actually take it to the chin like you did. So I appreciate it. With that being said, I'll bid you adieu. Have a God bless night.
You as well.
Thank you. And then that brings us to Bandit. Was there anything that you'd like to shout out?
I don't have anything to shout out. Just like, subscribe. Make sure you hit the like button. More than, don't hit it twice because then it unlikes. But make sure you pound that like button.
Just destroy it. That's right. Was there anything else you wanted to shout out?
No, I'm good.
Right on. Well, with that being said, I'll get out of here, you guys' hair. You're welcome to stay and chat if you'd like to, but I gotta get going. You have a good night, and we'll see you next Thursday, hopefully. All right, guys, and that brings us to the end of our stream. And Gramps, it's awesome that you'll be with us in the Discord. I always like getting new people in my Discords. In my Discord, there's only one. So, with that being said, of course, as always, please drop your comments in the comment section below. Tell me what I did terribly, right? I know that there wasn't everything that made sense that I said tonight. I was just trying to have a little bit of fun and make a spectacle of myself, make you, are you not entertained kind of idea, right? Most of our viewership left, so the ones that are still here, you are the real ones. And I know it's late. I'm not saying that anybody had to, didn't have to leave and did leave, whatever. Anyway, long story short, please take care of yourselves out there. Remember those Second Amendment rights within the United States. Your response time will always be faster than that of the police. And like the discussion tonight, you are, and always will be, your first and most effective line of defense if you train yourself to be that. Outside of the United States, please take care of yourselves the best way that you know how. You're important just like everybody else, and I want to keep you around. Christ is God, the King of Kings, and always will be. And you could have been anywhere else in the world, but you were here with me. And I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. You have yourselves a good night. God bless. And it's Tater, signing off.
Raise the sails, beat the drums. Raise the sails, beat the drum. Build these towers with our backs bent low. Watch the kingdoms rise while our wages froze. Gold in the skyline, rust in our homes. They feast in the palace while we break our bones. They don't see faces, they just count names. Columns on a ledger in a numbers game. Different flags, different faiths, different shades of skin. Still we're all disposable when profit steps in. No crown can stop the tide. No wall can chain the sea. The waves remember every lie and every broken dream. Hey, pull the rope, let the thunder roll. Raise your voice till it shakes their throat. bets over neighborhoods starving. Boardroom smiles while the factory's harden. Sell another promise, package another lie. Tell us to be grateful while the future dies. They divide us left and right, black and white. Keep us looking sideways, never up to fight. Neighbors become enemies, the masters just grin. Every war below keeps the palace in. You can own the gold, you can own the land, but you'll never own the spirit of the damned. When enough hearts beat as one, no empire stands forever. Hey, pull the rope, let the thunder roar. We're the ones they can't ignore. Every voice like a crashing wave. Born unbroken, never made a slave. Hey, raise the mask, let the heavens know. Truth's a fire they can't control. No matter the color, the creed, the name, the powerful play the same old game. So stand together, shoulder to shoulder. Storm after storm, growing bolder. The sea keeps rising, the tide won't wait. History belongs to the ones who won't break.
So apparently I gotta come back on real quick and give a shout out to AVG and her cast. Looks like there was just a raid done by AVG as I was closing out my stream. Of course. Sports Brand. Well, this was bad timing, but raid. Yeah, I know, right? Ah. No, AVG, don't be sorry. Seriously, I appreciate you dropping in and giving me the raid. So yeah, I shouldn't even be this late. Honestly, I was supposed to be ended 2.5 hours ago, and we got onto a very good conversation, and it went long. But yeah, it's political Shankfest didn't destroy me, but you missed it. We had a good conversation. Good luck, Potato. Thanks. I appreciate it. Seriously, I hope all of you that are viewing, wow. Yeah, seriously. I hope that you guys come back next Thursday. So I usually 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays, I have open panel discussions where anybody can join. Anybody is welcome to come up and talk to me, wreck me, as Political Shankfest said. But yeah, seriously, thank you very much. All of you, Sports Brand, Simple, Common Circles. Thank you guys for the engagement and the view. And if you'd like the stream, please like the stream. Again, subscribe, right? If you don't like me, no hard feelings. But subscribe. Check me out for a week or two. Not like check me out, but see what I have in store. I appreciate that, ABG. I really appreciate, seriously, the community that I found online with the streamers that I know and the ones that are coming to me and giving me interaction. Thank you so much. All of you. Everybody that's viewing me, right? Yeah, Voshmit, AVG female debater is a real one. We definitely need more females speaking out in favor of men and the logic of reality. So I appreciate that. And oh man, I love the last 2 minutes. Learned so much about you. I'm sure. I am quite the character. But if you guys have Discord, I have a Discord. It's in the description below. And anybody is welcome to join my Discord. It's not like a closed Discord or anything like that. It's kind of locked down. So once you get into the Discord, you have to go through a bit of a rigmarole. to vet yourself out to make sure that you want to be in the Discord. But once you get into the Discord, we have all sorts of things. Like we have a D&D game that we're playing or we're setting up that is based off of things that come from Tater Nation. So all of the Discord lore that I have, and I guess it's quite extensive from what I understand, we'll be doing a D&D game around that. From what I understand, I could be wrong. But if you like D&D, that might be something you'd be interested in. I have a movie night coming up. I just started a poll in my Discord for the next movie title that we'll be watching. Sounds like it's probably going to be Tombstone. I don't know for sure. But we do Bible reads on Monday nights if you're interested in that. We do Thursday night open panels, and then we get into the voice channels and we talk just randomly throughout the week and things like that. What's the medal? Right here. So I am a Eagle Scout, and not many people have noticed the medal or mentioned it. So good eye, good catch. I like to be proud of the fact that I'm an Eagle Scout. It took me a lot. So a little bit about myself. For those that don't know me, haven't viewed my streams at all, I'm not a perfect person. I got kicked out of school in my 8th grade year and had to get caught up with my class in the next 3 years of high school. And I graduated with my class with honors, in fact. But I really had to buckle down. And during that time, as a scout, I had to do what was known as citizenship badges. And some of those, one was citizenship in the community, one was citizenship in the nation, one was citizenship in the world. And the world, I think, if I remember right, took 6 months to a year to complete that medal, that badge. And because I got kicked out of school, I wasn't a very good citizen in the world and in the nation at the time. And so they pulled those 2 badges and made me restart them. And so if you don't know anything about the Scouts, they're only till 18. Once you turn 18, you can't be in the Scouts anymore. So I was 17 when this happened. I literally had to bust my toolkits to get my Eagle and to be able to graduate with my class. Because I was not going to be a super senior. I went to my mom and I was like, I'm not going to be a super senior. I'll just drop out if I have to be. And she's like, no, you're not going to drop out. You're going to be a super senior if you have to be. So we compromised, and I graduated with my class with honors. I appreciate that, Sports Brand. It is not easy to get your Eagle. Not many people have it. Not even my brothers have it. Both my older brother and my younger brother, neither one of them were able to achieve it. Now, the reason was because of their leaders. A lot of it had to do with losing paperwork. And then my younger brother, they just weren't really into the actual merit badges. So they didn't learn enough to gain the levels and then become Eagle. So it is very, very difficult to get. Thank you very much, AVG. Appreciate that. Man, I really wish that I had got you at a different time. I don't necessarily want to kill the stream and lose that duration, that view count. But I work a full-time job. This is my hobby. So I have to get up in the morning and drive for like an hour and a half to get to the job site. So I should be up early in the morning so that it's fun. Simply simple. A perfect person isn't a person at all. It's an anomaly. That is very true. And I just want people to understand. So whenever you get online, everything's fake, right? The influencers are fake. What they have to say is fake. Not a lot of this circle, right? AVG, The Crucible, Rattlesnake TV, Rob Knorr. You know, they're all real people. Cool Vic. They're all real people. But everything online is fake. And so when I started my channel, I wanted to be authentic. I wanted to be myself. And I am a goof. If you watch any of my content, you're either going to laugh at me, which probably is going to be the case, or you'll laugh with me. But you'll probably be laughing because I like to make people laugh. So, yeah. AVG, I know you have a full-time job. It sucks, doesn't it? But I like this. I really like being able to get online and talk to people. I had a lot of fun earlier. If you would be interested in maybe going back and rewatching the stream, I got pretty passionate. It's not normally how I am. Just so you know, if you do go back and watch the stream, it's not normally how I am. Normally, I'm just kind of fun-go-lucky kind of guy. And I'm trying to get into the debate scene a little bit so that I start to push back on the ideology too, just like Andrew Wilson, Rattlesnake. But I am also, I have a bad temper. And so I'm always keeping that in check. And so when you see me getting fiery, it's me allowing a little bit. It's like the Hulk, right? In the Avengers. And they're like, how do you stay from getting angry? And he's like, I'm always angry. That's what it is I'm allowing that little bit of anger to get out so that I kind of release that pressure of the bottle, because I used to bottle it up and it's not a good thing. So men, find a relief. Mine is talking. Mine is being a dictator. And yeah, I like keeping busy. Idle hands are the devil's playgrounds. Yeah, playthings. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't stay busy enough. I've been trying to get more up to date on my videos and stuff like that, and then do stuff around the house, but I always get behind. Let's see. Yeah. Yep. Vosh Schmidt. Exactly. And sport brand. Yeah. Super based. Vosh Schmidt. Not sure what the 1,000 meant, but something like impossible. Not sure what the 1,000 meant. I missed that. Just for anybody in the chat, since you're all pretty much new, I am a potato. Admittedly so. So don't ever hold anything against me, right? Just kidding. You can make fun of me. It's fine. But I'll frequently misinterpret words and misspeak and make fun of myself. Part of the reason I do that is to show authenticity. I want you to understand that I am real. I'm not fake. What I'm doing and why I'm doing it is because I want to change. And I want to be that change. Be the change you want to see in the world, right? And thank you very much, Vosh. I appreciate that. I love you guys too. No homo, no hetero. I love everybody. All life is important to me. Sports Brand says, being angry is a good thing. At a certain point in understanding of the world, it's either anger or despair. Make the anger beautiful in expression. And that's what I'm trying to do. Because for a couple of years, I was in despair. You either heal, you either get better, or you get bitter, I believe is what the saying goes, how the saying goes. And I was just getting bitter. So I'm here to try to get better, to try to help people get better, try to help people understand where our laws and our morals should be coming from, if not are coming from. Exactly. Sports Brand. Be unable to walk the streets because everyone invites you in for dinner. There's no reason to be homeless when people want to help. The only reason that people are homeless is because they choose to be homeless. Thank you very much for that. Facts. Appreciate you guys. All right. Well, I don't necessarily, I wish I could give you guys more entertainment, because now I don't want to end my stream and just cut you guys off. But seriously, come back. So I do Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I have an open panel after my stream. This Sunday, I'm not sure exactly what I'll be covering, but typically I cover on the panel whatever I talk about on stream. But I also talk about anything. Like if you want to come join the panel after the stream and not talk about what we talked about on stream, we can talk about just about anything. The reason for my platform is to give anyone a platform to come talk their piece logically. If you can't talk logically, if you're not giving an actual side, then I don't necessarily care to platform you. There's certain people that are just bad faith and they'll never be good faith. I don't necessarily plan to care to platform them. But anybody that wants to come onto my channel and talk in good faith, have a conversation, it might get a little fiery. And if you don't want it to, I will do my best not to. But like, for example, if you know Avarice, the name Avarice, he has his own show too, right? But if you know that guy, you know he is a spurg, I think is what they call him, right? And so when he comes on, he likes to get a little fiery. And so there's been a couple of times that I've indulged him, if you will. And it's not necessarily my cup of tea, for example, but I will do that every once in a while to give people entertainment and give people what they would like to get, right? A lot of people like blood sports debates. And so to get the views, probably will have some blood sport debate type of content, but probably not the same as what you're used to. But for the most part, it's going to be what's known as dialectical. And if you don't know what dialectical debate style is, I feel for you. Welcome. See, I'm just a doof. But with that being said, I will probably go ahead and wrap up my stream, as much as I hate to do it, because I'm holding on to a few of you. So please come back, view me, come up on the panel, make fun of me, wreck me like Shankfest did. He didn't. Go back and watch. And I'm curious on your guys' take. Give me comments in the comment section below, and come back next week, talk your piece, all that good jazz. My outro again. Inside of the United States, please take care of yourselves. Remember those Second Amendment rights. Your response time will always be faster than that of the police. Outside of the United States, for those of you that I've found that I've never been able to talk to until I got this channel, I love you guys, my newfound friends from out across the seas. I hope you're safe. Please take care of yourselves as best as you can. God is King. God is Christ is God, the King of Kings. That's the saying I'm looking for. It's been a long day. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and I usually go for 4, like most. So thank you very much for the engagement, guys. And AVG, again, thank you very much for the raid. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. Simple, thank you very much for the engagement. I like to say passionate with avarice, but have a good one. Yeah. Sports brand, thank you very much. Simply simple, I feel at home already. That is awesome. That is exactly what I'm trying to do. I hope that people will join my Discord, because that's really where I can make you feel seen and at home. Sports brand, based. You guys are based. With that being said, I will get out of here. You could have been anywhere else in the world, but you stayed around with me for a minute, and I appreciate that. With that being said, I'll shut up and get out of here. Now, the potato, signing off. Oh, come on. Where is it? I have a really good song for you guys. AVG, I'm sure you'll understand. There we go. If you're still in the chat. But anyway, God bless. Good night.
You took one look, you made your call, built your kingdom on a paper wall, point your finger where your disguise, tell me the truth or tell me your lies. You claim you're righteous, you claim you're kind, so why's your heart the first thing that's blind? Who's really blind? You or your mind? You see a label, I see a lie. Who gets to draw the damn divide? You built the cage, I cut the wire. Truth doesn't burn, it walks through fire. Who's really blind? Who's really blind?